almost. Oh, that's always a bad sign for me when it's recorded. This has got to be, I believe, the coldest meeting since I was on the board. I think it's incredibly fitting for my last meeting as chair that we're all freezing and running into the building. But it's a beautiful day. We have a beautiful room here at LCCC. And Heather, I think you, as the wonderful regional director for this area, are going to officially tell us about Cheyenne.
Actually, I'm going to do something even better. I'm going to let somebody who knows way more about it tell you about it. But just wanted to say good morning to everybody. And thank you to WEDA, Wyoming Economic Development Association, our partner of economic development professionals across the state who mostly, unfortunately, were unable to visit with us this morning because they couldn't come, but for hosting our breakfast. So if you get a chance to say thank you to your local economic developer when you get home, I'm sure they'll appreciate it, even though they couldn't be with us. We were all here together last week. It was much warmer. So next week, turns out it's going to be 60 degrees warmer. So good timing, everyone. Congratulations. So this morning, I'm pleased to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Cheyenne Leads. Cheyenne Leads is the economic development, our partner in Laramie County, who works throughout the county on multiple projects that you've all seen quite a bit of. Betsy has been on board for about 2 years, I think. So she also started during COVID and has definitely experienced just about everything we can in Cheyenne. So she's going to give us a little bit of a snapshot of how things are in Laramie County and the southeast corner of the state. And I'm sure she'd be happy to answer any questions for you too.
Great.
And I handed out a sheet that's from Betsy, so she'll go over that.
And Betsy, it is so great to have you here with us this morning. You know, Cheyenne Leads was always incredibly known for being a great economic development arm in this community. And it has not missed a single beat since you have taken over. And in fact, I think its outlook is better than any of us could have ever imagined. So thank you so much for your leadership and coming to our community.
Well, thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and thank you to all of the board members of the Wyoming Business Council, both here and online. Welcome to Laramie County and the city of Cheyenne. Heather asked that I give you a quick snapshot of what's happening in Laramie County. Our retail sales are the highest they've been since 2006. Construction permits are the highest recorded in the last 10 years. However, we are not keeping up with the residential unit demand. Credit union and bank deposits are up. Our labor force, though, has dropped over 1,100 employees, 1,100 workers in just 1 year. That leads to a big challenge. Our unemployment rate is 3.3%, down from 5.3 in 2020. In the economic development world, 4% unemployment is full employment. That means that everybody between the ages of 16 and 65 is at work. So we need talent. Lack of talent is our employers' greatest challenge. I'd say all employers in Wyoming have this as their greatest challenge right now. To address this issue, Cheyenne Leads will be doubling down on workforce and talent attraction and development. Staff has developed a workforce plan which includes major investments in RFD TV and the Cowboy Channel. We know that those viewers love our lifestyle and they love Wyoming, but they may not know that we have jobs at Lowe's, Sierra, the National Center for Atmospheric Research, Walmart, Microsoft, EchoStar, Blue Navi, and more. You might ask why the push? Well, there's more good news. Leads is currently working 32 active prospects, and 8 of those are Wyoming Business Council leads. We ended 2021 with 51 prospects assisted. Of the 32 that are still active, 19 are in manufacturing and 7 are data centers. We are currently working on 5 business retention and expansion projects. One of our existing manufacturing companies is adding 20 jobs, and they are building 16 units of workforce housing as well. The employees are coming from California, and we had to compete against Las Vegas and Rancho Cucamonga, California to win those jobs. Say that fast, Rancho Cucamonga, California. So speaking of business retention and expansion, last year, Microsoft announced 2 new data center campuses to be built here in Cheyenne. They're both under construction right now. One in the Cheyenne Business Parkway Park and the other in the brand new Bison Business Park on Highway 85 South. Madam Co-Chair and board members, I would like to thank the Wyoming Business Council for the investments the state has made through the Business Ready Community Grants awarded in the early 2000s. This assisted with landing the first Microsoft data center over in our North Range Business Park. The awards of over $9 million built the important infrastructure that Microsoft needed to choose Wyoming. At the end of 2020, Microsoft has invested over $1.5 billion in capital in that first data center over in the North Range Business Park. The two new data centers have come to Cheyenne, not only due to those BRC funds that were invested back in the early 2000s, but the data center cost reduction grants that you recently awarded to Bison and the sales and use tax exemptions on data center equipment have motivated the company to come to Cheyenne, to come to Wyoming, and to stay in Wyoming. Those early Wyoming Business Council investments made over 10 years ago keep generating results. And then within the next 2 to 3 years, we expect another $1.5 to $2 billion of capital investment being made in our great state. To demonstrate the ongoing benefit of land as an economic incentives, LEAD commissioned the University of Wyoming Center for Business and Economic Analysis to complete an ROI study. This report, completed last year, clearly demonstrates that an investment in economic development in the form of land and infrastructure makes common sense, and it also makes dollars and cents. The report finds that for every dollar invested in land and infrastructure in the parks, there has been a net gain of $5.60 to the state of Wyoming. Over $213 million comes to the state in GDP on an annual basis from just the 11 companies that have benefited from the business parks. It's the churn of dollars that is being imported to our state. I've had Heather put a one-pager out for you. That's something you can take and share and show to folks as you talk about the benefits of the BRC program and the ongoing return on investment. To further demonstrate the ongoing benefit, the ripple effect of those early investments in the North Range Business Park, close to $14 million of additional investment is being made by Microsoft in the public infrastructure, sewer, water, fiber, and roads to the new Bison Business Park. So now you have the company making the investment in the infrastructure in the business park that will likely house 4 or 5 additional employers. So it's happening, right? It may take 35 years, but it's happening. We call this priming the pump. And as the lead CEO, I'd like to thank you for your vision and your ongoing investment. $27 million in total has been invested in the 2 LEED-owned parks. That funding came not only from the state of Wyoming, but from our members of Cheyenne Leads through our Progress and Prosperity campaigns, the city of Cheyenne, Laramie County, and the Economic Development Joint Powers Board. The early investment, that priming of the pump, will continue to make money flow into our state for generations to come, for the next 35, 40, and 50 years. I'd also like to congratulate the Wyoming Business Council staff and Director Durrell for his vision for Wyoming economic development. The investments being made in the training and work being completed by the Harvard Growth Lab will stimulate the Wyoming economy and build resiliency and diversification for future generations. The Wyoming Business Council support for the development of the hydrogen economy and the work of the Wyoming Energy Authority, the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources, and the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. Now we've got a WIA, a user, and a WIP. I'm telling you, I'm acronymed out here in Wyoming, but anyway, and I think it was WIN before it was WIP. So I'm like, whoo, how do you do it, Josh? Anyway, in the WIP is key to addressing the state's financial future and our ability to protect the health, safety, and welfare of all Wyomingites. As a Wyoming economic development professional, I look forward to working with Director Durrell to roll out the proposed pyramid approach to the statewide comprehensive economic development strategy, funding, and implementation. On behalf of WIDA as a board member and all of our members, we are ready to partner with the Wyoming Business Council for success and ride for the brand Team Wyoming. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Betsy. And Josh, I know you're not here with us in person, but would you like to virtually make any comments? or have any
Yeah.
questions for
Thank
Betsy?
Thank you, Kim. If you're able to hear me, Betsy, more than anything, I wanted to thank you not just for the introduction and all of the data you shared, which I think is great. And for the folks who know me and who've known me for a long time, data is a big deal to me because I think you can learn a lot from it, and tracking it makes it a lot easier to kind of know where you are. And so that's been a big push for us, is to really dig down into the data and understand how we look at, tracking recruiting and tracking the investments that we make and what those mean. So I don't just appreciate that from you. I really appreciate the fact that you did hit the ground running. You came in at a really, really challenging time in our state with COVID coming along, and you came in and didn't miss a beat. And I think in a lot of ways, what I appreciate is not just what you've done for Cheyenne and a lot of the projects that are going on there, but your willingness to help across the state. You've helped out with other economic development organizations. You've been a big player in the Wyoming Economic Development Association, and you've provided not just a lot of work, but a lot of leadership in all of those areas. And so we really appreciate the efforts that you put forward and your team does. It's really incredible, and it makes our job a lot easier. So thanks for not just the support, but also the leadership that you provided the state over the last couple of years. So Betsy, thanks. And I think everyone should give Betsy a round of applause.
Wow.
I'll take that back to my team, and I hope that you all have met Derek Jarrett and Jack McIntyre and Rochelle Zimmerman and Dawn Culpepper, because we have a great team at Cheyenne Leads, and they are all consummate professionals and subject matter experts. So thank you, Madam Co-Chair, again, and thank you, Josh, for the kind remarks.
Thank you very much, Betsy. And I'd like to take a second and just think about something Betsy pointed out on the Microsoft campus project. I sat in the legislature a little bit yesterday, and there was a big discussion on the floor of the House centered around who should put in infrastructure. Because as we all know, the county commissioners are here in town, and the counties, the municipalities are asking the state for funding. I know there's an official acronym for it, but I don't remember the acronym, so I'll save you from that, Betsy. But there's a statute that those counties and municipalities can come forward to the state and ask for help in those arenas without coming through business council. But there's a big discussion on the floor, and it centers around business should pay for it. Business should pay for it. Well, that's where we fill a gap, because if there aren't businesses yet, someone has to pay for it. It's that old, if you build it, they will come. And your comment about it might take 35 years or however many years it took, we got there because now Microsoft is putting in all of that infrastructure that other businesses will benefit from without state and county support. So I think that every once in a while it's nice to take a breath. We're all business people, so we're always looking forward. We're constantly looking forward for what's next, but sometimes it's nice to look back and say, okay, that worked. That worked really, really well. So thank you so much for pointing that out. All right. Well, now we do this once a year, but Mr. Kenyon, I believe you kind of took charge of the nominating committee. So would you like to give the 2022 committee report?
Madam Co-Chair, on behalf of the nominating committee, which consisted of myself and Cindy Johnson and Eric Ahrens, we would like to put forth the following slate for officials for the next term. Aaron Moore as co-chair, Kathy Tomasi as vice chair, and John Coyne as treasurer.
Whoop, couldn't get it back on. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to look around and assume that those folks are okay with that. Erin doesn't have a choice because she's not here. She's gone. So with that report, I would love to hear a motion to approve the nomination slate. Mark?
Madam Co-Chair, I would on behalf of the board, I would like to advance those three names for consideration and for vote.
Okay, thank you. Second. Oh, that's okay. We're covered. We've got our two gentlemen over here. So any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed?
Well, I'm sure Erin's not here to, to defend herself.
Which
so
we should
let's-
assign her more things.
Let's do it.
Don't you think? I think she should be every committee's chair, all that kind of stuff. Okay, well, congratulations. I'll tell Erin that on the side later, but congratulations to the three of you and to everyone. We made a commitment as a board about 3 years ago to try to provide, we have an amazing staff, and our role is to provide guidance and sometimes more importantly, consistency to them. And I love how the exec committee for the last few years has worked so well together in providing consistency. And it's a great thing. I know Erin will carry on the same activities that I carried on from Mike Easley, and Mike Easley carried on from Megan Getz. So I'm looking forward to 2022. Josh, it's time for your CEO report.
Well, not quite, actually. The first thing we get to do is we just got a slate of new officers, but we get to recognize you for just a minute. And so I'd like to, I'll open it up to the rest of the board here in a minute to maybe say a few things as well, and not to put anybody on the spot, but I think we should spend just a minute and talk a little bit about Kim's leadership over the course of the last year. And more than anything, Kim, I want to thank you for what you've done for not just for me and the Wyoming Business Council team, but also the state of Wyoming. So just a quick little bit of history. Maybe many of you will remember that we started off 2021, and there was this idea that we need to really work on an evaluation tool for these projects. And that was a big undertaking, and a lot of that is due to your leadership, Kim, that we were able to make that cross the finish line. That is not an easy task. I think that our team will agree that there were a lot of rabbit holes, there were a lot of things that we had to consider, and a lot of history that we had to unravel in order to do that. And I really feel strongly that your leadership and financial acumen made a huge difference there. And also an understanding of the history of how decisions were made, and not just the history from the Wyoming Business Council perspective, but also from the history just in the state. I think a lot of times we forget that, we get focused in on what we do as a business council, and we forget that there were external factors that made decisions seem like the greatest thing since sliced bread at the time. And I think having that understanding of the bigger picture is something that you really brought. And so, when I first met you, I think the thing that sticks out, probably your first impression, is that you get stuff done. The grass doesn't grow beneath your feet. And I think everybody that has ever been around you or worked with you knows that stuff gets done when you're in charge of it. And that's a really great trait. And over the course of this last year, I think what I learned more, and what I probably understood more about you, was that getting stuff done is absolutely true. But your ability, I think, to really kind of like add a perspective in times that are challenging or situations that are challenging, add a perspective that helps move that challenge forward, is really pretty uncanny. And your ability, and I was in a number of these conversations with you and other folks across the state, other leaders across the state during this year, your ability to help others understand the intricacies of a problem and how complex it is and a path forward is something that I think allows you to get tough things done. And so I think that, to me, was probably the thing that I I took away the most from your leadership was being able to explain the complexities, to be able to talk with people and listen to what they're saying, as well as really just help people navigate through that. And I just really appreciated it over the course of the year. I think in terms of the last couple of years, I've been pretty darn lucky, and I feel pretty lucky about 2022 as well, with Aaron coming aboard. But I really feel fortunate, and I'm glad too that this isn't your last year on the board, that you will get to continue to impact the state of Wyoming, because it's been really a pleasure, and I think everyone could agree with that. So before we go on to others, I think in my mind, I'd just like to give Kim a big virtual hug and a thank you, and maybe we can all just clap for her. So thanks, Kim.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And
Josh.
because we are ahead on time, I think we should open it up to other board members.
I think
I'm
that's
sure
a
that
horrible
I don't want to
idea.
make it a roast necessarily, but I bet Kathy has a question at least.
I think I'm working this right. So Kim, I don't have any questions, but I have a couple comments. So I do have to say, whenever I have asked Kim a question or to relate something to me, she talks probably in my terms to me, and I have always appreciated that. I texted her a week or so ago and said, what a great year you've had, et cetera, et cetera. And she said, well, I haven't done that much. And Josh just mentioned all the things that you have done, the evaluations, the financial data that you have provided. I was in awe. You led us through part of the COVID problem, and or the COVID solution, excuse me. But I appreciate it. I think you've done a tremendous job, and I know why you're happy today, because you're done. But thank you, Kim.
Thanks, Kathy. And thanks for not mentioning Orange Pop.
Oh,
Madam Co-Chair, we do have a plaque we'd like to present you with. So you have your very own gavel for your use whenever you would like.
Oh,
I know. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Amy. Thank you, guys. I love you all very, very much. We have been through some absolute craziness in the last few years, and it's been a wild ride. Thank you to the staff. I feel like you are my family. I really, really do. And I appreciate everything you do every single day. And to all of you as board members, I know what kind of commitment this takes. And I have never been more proud to tell people, I will tell anyone that listens, that this is probably the most business-minded, non-politically driven board I have ever seen for Wyoming Business Council. You honestly, you take your business acumen, you put your business hat on, and you help guide the state into making good investments. And I appreciate what you do, because I know what kind of time commitment that takes. And Josh, I am so glad that today I didn't have to have all of your data. I mean, when Betsy stood up here and talked about data, there was no whiteboard. There was no diagrams. There was no engineering speak. It was glorious. You have made a massive transition to what you are doing today and leading this organization forward. I am so proud of all of you and the structural change that you've made at the council. It's awesome. So here's to all of you. Okay, enough of that.
Well, thanks again, Kim. And it's not going to stop though, because we are going to talk a lot about some of the impacts I think the entire board has had. And to do that, I'm going to share my screen. So give me just a moment to do that.
There's no whiteboard, right? Yet?
I mean, this is the PowerPoint version of a whiteboard, so don't worry.
Only you would have a PowerPoint version of a whiteboard.
Yeah, that's it's part of my charm, I guess. Ben, so I think, Ben, I'm going to need help to share my screen. I just want to make sure I can do that.
You don't have that option?
It says I just have the advanced sharing. Let me try it again. Oh, here we go. I do now. So sorry. Thank you. Okay, so you should see a slide that says Thrive in Wyoming. You'll probably recognize this. All of you will recognize this as our homepage on our new website. But before we get going any further into more data, I did want to recognize 3 individuals for celebrating their 5-year work anniversary here at the Business Council. So pretty exciting. Over the last month or so, Brandy Harlow, who's our Northeast Regional Director, Noelle Reed, who is in our investments team as a Community Development Director, and Sarah Fitzgerald, our Chief Strategy Officer, all celebrated their 5-year anniversary with the Wyoming Business Council. So I wanted to give them a quick shout out. I know, I think Noelle is in the room. Brandy is probably remote. She's up in the Northeast, and Sarah is also remote. So thanks to all 3 of them. We're lucky every day to have our team, but when folks can stick around, it's even better. So thank you all for the work that you do every day, and we really appreciate it. So. With that, I'll jump on to talking a little bit about 2021. In 2021, we did spend a lot of time working on what I would call foundational projects. I think we've heard those a lot, and so I won't spend a ton of time on those. Instead, I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about some data that is pretty impressive, and it's something that really our team is proud of, but I think the board should be more proud of, because frankly, it's because of the work that you're doing and the hard decisions that you make. And we talk about, I think Kim touched on it and Kathy touched on it a little bit. We talk about the idea that we bring our business minds and our business acumen to making some of these decisions that we make. And we have been able to, I think, do a good job of avoiding some of the more challenging decisions, because we keep our business hat on and we try not to let politics infuse that. And in my mind, it's really evident over the last couple of years, the strength of this board and the toughness of this board to be able to make hard decisions. And we've talked about this a little bit in our annual report, and I'm sure that some of you have already heard some of this data, but I want to share it again, not just for all of you, but for the public to understand how difficult it is, but also how important it is that we make difficult decisions when it comes to the where we spend our money in funding, and what I would call is building resilient communities. It was a new BRC acronym. So while acronyms are plentiful, we're going to start reusing the same acronym and just calling it different things. Instead of business ready communities, I think we could call it building resilient communities, and tough decisions are required to do that. So in the previous biennium, in 19 and 20, or excuse me, 18 and 19, I believe. No, wait, I always get these messed up because of the state's biennium, but in 19 and 20, this board, some of you were part of that, and SLIB together funded 100% of the projects that came before you. And now that could be a combination of a lot of things, right? They could be a lot of great projects. They could be, we could have had a lot more money. I think maybe those were cases. But ultimately, funding 100% of the projects is something that was not sustainable, and it didn't match our strategy, I think. And so there's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but in this next biennium, in 21 and 22, the biennium there, you actually funded only or less than 50% of the projects that came before you. So a total of $41 million worth of projects came before this board in the past 2 years. And I think all of us can remember the March board meeting in 2020. and how interesting that was and how none of those projects were funded. And I think that sent some shockwaves, but I think it also sent some strong signals that we were going to really be focusing in on making good decisions that supported our strategy. And that has continued over the last couple of years. And so when you see $41 million worth of projects and only fund $20 million worth of them, that says that one, we're going to look at these very, very critically. And I think if you think about the evaluation tool and then the evaluation that goes in by the board and our team on each of these projects, I think that helps us make good decisions. But there's a lot that goes into that. And ultimately, none of these, we want to fund all of the projects. We really do, because it's not that they're necessarily bad projects. It's just that they may not fit the strategy as well. And we have to stay focused on that. And so that was a big step. To be able to say no to projects is tough. It's tough to do that, because it turns out that all of us have to go to the grocery stores in our town. We get to see the people that might have submitted those projects, and to do that and to understand why we did it and to put the state's interests ahead of our own discomfort, I think is something that this board does a really good job of. In the last couple of years, we've also made some really great strides in the quality of jobs that we've created. So the quality of the jobs has increased dramatically from I believe less than $20 an hour in overall to above 30. So $33 an hour is the average wage for the jobs that we create. And we have created slightly fewer jobs, but we've created better jobs. And when we look at the challenges that the state faces overall, it's probably better for us to create fewer great jobs than it is to create many, many not so great jobs. And I look at that because as we traveled the state over the last few years, we hear a lot about things like housing. We hear about things like, as Betsy mentioned today, unemployment. Our unemployment rates are low, which makes it challenging to find those. So if we can add jobs into our communities that are better and better, and we're not putting such a strain on the entire system, over time, that will be a little easier for the system to evolve and develop. And so we're going to continue that focus. And I think it's important, the work that this board has done over the last couple of years to set that foundation and to send those signals that we are going to look really, really closely at the economics. We are going to look at the businesses and make sure that they make sense. And we're going to look at that in a way that is sustainable. And I mean the word sustainable in a very specific way, especially in the context of the Business Ready Communities funding. Of that $20 million that we put out into those communities, $7 million of it was in the form of loans. That's a really big step for us, because while the Business Ready Communities program may, and never is a long time, but it may never be fully sustainable. It may never be self-sustaining, but what it can be is much more sustainable than it's been. And I really feel like in the last couple of years, having 35% of those monies having the ability to come back to the state and be used again in our communities is really, really important. Now, that's not to say that 65% of that money is granted and just magically flies away. I hope that we've also been able to communicate in the last couple of years that all of the money that we put into the communities stays in the family. Those are community resources that we as a state and our local communities get to utilize for economic development efforts. So in my mind, it's really almost 100% of that money is sustainable, because it all goes to building resilient communities. It all goes to economic development, and it can be used again and again and again in those communities. And I think we're starting to see that, not only what Betsy presented today, but she's not alone in our state. There are many other economic developers around the state, as well as communities who understand how to make that, we'll call it a perpetual motion machine of economic development, with the funding that the state has provided. I think it's pretty clear from the budgeting and from all of that process that the Business Council has a lot of support. The fact that the governor added 2 positions and then joint appropriations added yet another position to our team, I think speaks volumes. There were not that many position exception requests granted, and we got 3 of them. And so I think that says a lot about the support for economic development in our state. I think it says a lot about the support for our team and the work that we do every day. And I think it really says that that the legislature and the governor and the public really support us continuing to build upon the framework that we have started. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to, get a big windfall of money in business ready communities funding. But what it does mean is that there's a lot of support for how we're doing it. And I think as we continue to show what we're doing with that money, we're going to be able to make those asks for more business ready communities money and be able to put that into the communities to build that local capacity and to make it so that there really are more and more of those perpetual motion machines throughout the state. And so I'll not spend a ton of more time on the data, and I hope that it's really clear that this board is doing the right things. I think it's really clear that you've not only been really supportive of and good stewards of the money in the state, but you see the economic landscape correctly, and I think that from an economic development standpoint, you're doing the right things. And so as we kind of close the books on 2021, if you will, and start to look at what we're doing in 2022, take a moment and realize that you've done a lot of hard work and you've set a really good tone. And now it's important for us to just continue to do that and really double down on that approach. Before, and I guess as we move into 2022, I wanted to introduce everyone to a framework for economic development that I don't necessarily think that this is really all that groundbreaking, but I think that what it does is it allows us to see it in a way that helps us understand where we all fit in the puzzle of economic development and where we really need to make sure that we're doing the right activities. And as CEO of any organization, one of the things that you always want to make sure that you're doing is that you're deploying resources, and all resources are always limited, but you're deploying resources in a way that will maximize your effect on your strategy. And sometimes that means that there's change coming. And sometimes that means that we'll do things differently. And as the leader of an organization like this, that's exactly what we need to be doing. And that's exactly what we will do, because we will have limited resources always. And we will want to make the biggest impact on Wyoming that we can. And so we started to look at what is the framework for economic development across the state. And we looked at it as, at the foundation of this triangle, you have the local economic development efforts. And if you think about all of the different communities, all of the different economic development organizations, everything that goes on across our state in all of the counties and municipalities, there's a whole lot of people out there doing a whole lot of work. And I think that in parentheses there, you'll see that it really is the boots on the ground and the stuff getting done. And that's where people see projects actually happening. And then really at the smaller part of the triangle, at the top of the triangle there, you'll see that there's the state economic development efforts. And I think we've said for a number of years that we really have a few different levers that we can pull. And one of those is policy. And so how do we create policies that make it easier for all of the local economic development effort to get done? And as Betsy was talking about Microsoft, we talked about a policy and a program and funding that actually makes a difference when it comes to data centers. And what that lever allowed us to do in that small piece of policy and part of a program and the funding mechanism that we use, it allows us to really entice an entire industry and give economic developers across the state the opportunity to bring in data centers, to bring in that technology sector. And then that allows them to grow on their own. And I think that that's the amplification that we want. And so I think it's a pretty straightforward model, and it's really not that much different than a lot of things, right? Where policies are created that by a few, if you will, that will impact positively many. And so I think the way it was supposed to work is sort of like this. It was supposed to happen where the state effort was ultimately focused on policy programs and funding, and local capacity would fill the remainder of that triangle. And of course, this just is a lack of artistic ability, even with PowerPoint, to show it's really more of a gradient. Of course, there are elements that we do down on the ground, getting things done, no doubt about it. And there are ways that the folks in the local capacity raise up and impact policy and programs and funding. But by and large, those state efforts need to be sort of focused on the top of that triangle, and the local capacity is what fills that in. And in an ideal model, which this would be the ideal model, there would be that ability where the state is focused in on those policy mechanisms, and the locals are out there really just knocking it down. They're recruiting, they're able to utilize our programs effectively, and they're able to apply for that funding and get it done really without a ton of state intervention, if you will. And I think that's not just important from a resources point of view, but I also think it's important from a philosophical point of view, because the last thing that we want, I believe, I think we all can appreciate this in Wyoming, is that we want small government intervention. We want government to help us, and we want government to not feel like it's there. We want the state programs to feel like that they're a benefit, but not necessarily something that's overbearing or tough to use, or us telling someone what to do. And I think that that's going to honor the local economies. It's going to honor the local effort that is there, and it's going to make it all work better. I think we all know that. But this is the ideal model, and it turns out that this is not reality. And so this is probably a little closer to reality. And as I've gone around the state a little bit over the last year or so, I've heard a lot about local capacity. And what we hear about local capacity is that it's not the same everywhere. And that makes sense. And let me just say this, it is not from lack of effort. In every community that I've been to, there are a lot of folks who have really big hearts. They are willing to put their work boots on and work really, really hard. And they're also very, very prideful of their communities and what their communities have to offer. But the challenge that they face is that their leadership in those communities is not always just doing one job. Sometimes they're wearing 3, 4, 5 hats, and economic development is one of those hats. But we all know that economic development isn't something that you can dabble in. It's really, really tough. And so, just from not from a lack of effort, but sometimes from a lack of resources, whether that be people or money, the capacity is not as high as it could be in some areas of the state. And in some areas, it's sufficient and it's doing well. I think that we can point to a few of those across the state as successes, and that's great. But what we have done over the course of over the course of our history is that we probably, due to a number of factors, I think our own pride in our communities and our own willingness to help and want our communities to succeed, we've kind of come in and tried to fill in the gaps. And really, what that does is it sort of spreads our effectiveness across the state, but it spreads it a little thin. And it does help in some areas, but it also makes it so that we're unable to fully focus on the things that will make the biggest difference in the long run. And that's a big challenge, right? Because the day-to-day problems that we see or the application that we might work on or the meeting that we might go to seems important in the moment. But if you look over the course of time, I think it's that bigger picture that the Business Council needs to bring to the state. And that's looking at those policy programs and funding mechanisms that are truly going to make it so that our local capacity can do what they need to do. But of course, over time, you get pulled into certain things and you want to help out and you see somebody in need, so you help them. And over time, that causes us to maybe work on some things that are really good and have helped our communities, but they're one-on-one. They're not necessarily one-to-many. And I think that's the area where we are. And so while we have done a number of things that are great for the state, and I think that we're continuing to do great work for one-on-one businesses and one-on-one communities, I think we've got to start to take a look. And I think that this model would be where we would want to go. We would be wanting to move ourselves anyway back to the top of the triangle. But there are some external factors that I think are probably driving the urgency, and in some ways fortuitous to us, because they're allowing us to do this in a way that says today is the day to do it. And what I mean is that there are a number of programs flying at us that have a limited time to act. And if we don't act on those things and we don't focus on those bigger picture items, they will pass us by. And what I mean is that there are some federal funding opportunities through ARPA, through the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, and through the Economic Development Administration that will make a huge difference in our communities over time, not just in the moment, but over time, that we need to be taking advantage of, and our team will have to begin working on. Those are things that are really once in a, somebody said once in a generation, and I think it might be once in a lifetime, which is a lot longer than a generation. And I think we need to recognize that these are big opportunities that we're going to have to get after. I think our partnerships across the state and our work with other agencies shows that this is an important thing. It's also really important for us to take advantage of things like our statewide SEDS and the Harvard work that we're undertaking. Those are items that, again, we have a limited time to do them, and we have we need to apply the resources to them. And so I kind of look at this like maybe a comet going by that you might see once in a lifetime. And if we don't get out there and look at it, we're going to miss it. And I don't want to do that. Not because I want to leave the locals in a lurch, but I do want to make sure that the locals are strong in the future as well. And so, which leads us to the next element is not just applying our resources towards some of these bigger picture items, but also how do we build local capacity? Because this is an important element for us to make sure that we understand, and that is, how do we make sure that we are building local capacity at the same time, again, so that the policies, programs, and funding that we have and that we can put in place can be utilized fully. And as I look at this slide, I look at the left-hand side and I think about the ability to educate and to provide scholarship funds and a way for a cohort of individuals to go out and learn about economic development principles, as well as develop a network across the state. And I believe that we can fund a number of those efforts and work together with the organizations that are in the state to make that happen and to continue to build local capacity. And somebody was saying to me, and I've heard this before, and this is a kind of a common human reaction to it. I've heard it before in a previous life, where somebody says, well, gosh, if we train all these people at the local level, they'll just end up going on and taking a different job in economic development somewhere else. And if we train them, they may not stick around. And my reaction is the same as I'd heard in the past. Well, if we don't train them, they may stick around. And I'm not sure that we want either situation, but I would much rather rise the tide and make sure that people have the education, because I actually think that most of the folks that we're going to be working with love their communities, they love the state, and they will stick around and they will use that education about economic development in all their leadership roles. And so I actually think it's going to be a huge win for the state to provide that education for a number of our, and really kind of kick off, if you will, a way to lead economic development education in the state over the coming years. And so that's something that's on us. And it's something that we're going to be kicking off because it's incredibly important. The other thing that's on us are tools that we can create to make it easier to interact with our programs. I think we've heard this not just from this board, but I think we've heard it from the communities in our state that maybe we don't move at the speed of business. And I say that with a little bit of a smirk, but there are some things that we do and they happen a little slower, and that's for purpose, and we do that. But there are some other areas that are maybe a little slower than they need to be, and we don't move as fast as we could, and we don't provide some of the support that we can in terms of technology or just tools so that people can utilize our programs much more easily. And I think that's something that's on us. I believe that it's something that we can attack. I think that the foundational projects put some of these things into motion and make it so that we can develop those more quickly this year. But I think that those tools are on us. That's something that we need to do better to make it easier for communities to use our products and really make sure that they can get the most out of them without a whole lot of hand-holding. In some ways, I think we've created our own problems by always being willing to help and do the work rather than saying, hey, what's the problem we're trying to solve and how do we make it easier for people to do it on their own? And I think that's something that's on us. And so that left-hand side is something we're going to be working on a lot over the course, the early part of this year, and what we're going to do to make some big changes fast. Now, the other side of the coin, and this is something I've had a conversation with the folks at WIDA on, the folks like Betsy, and she's been very willing to help. But I think the collaboration across the state is also very, very critical. And as we talk about moving ourselves to the top of the triangle and building that local capacity, we realize that there are some communities that don't have the capacity to do the work. They want to do the work, but they just don't have the capacity to do it. But it turns out there are others around the state that might have a little extra capacity or be willing to lend a hand. And I think that's that collaboration. And so I guess what I'm asking, if you're an economic development organization out there, you're a chamber of commerce, or you are a town clerk, or you're a county commissioner, make sure you're collaborating across all of your stakeholders, and maybe throughout the state, looking for ways to make sure that you're working with others in other communities to say, how do we make this happen? And how can we get some help? And what I've seen so far is that there's a high level of collaboration and people want to do that more, and they're willing to do it. And so I think that the key there is to make sure that people know that there are elements out there that can be utilized in other communities and work together on that. I think sometimes people get tripped up and think, well, economic development is a zero-sum game because either this business leaves to go to another community or a recruiting opportunity comes to us, and if they come to us, they won't go somewhere else. And if they go somewhere else, they can't come to us. And I think that I get that a little bit, but I think if we're focusing on what that business needs to stay in Wyoming or come to Wyoming, then it makes it actually pretty easy for us to work together, because the business ultimately decides, and it's not one versus another. It's really us working together to find the best fit for them. And over time, it tends to work itself out. I know in a recruiting process that's still ongoing, and these things take a long time, but in a recruiting process that I saw with 3 communities in the last, actually it started with 4 communities in the last few years, all of those community economic development organizations worked closely together. And they worked to say, this is what I can do, this is what you can do. Let's try to find the best fit for this company. And I've even had them say, I would be willing to send what we're going to be able to offer down to these other communities so they can see what it is and make sure we're all in the same playing field. And I think that that collaboration is actually really, really strong, and it makes sense for Wyoming. So obviously from the state's point of view, what's good for one community is good for all of Wyoming. And so I think that we can embrace that. The next element on here is it's a little challenging. Let's all just recognize how challenging funding can be for economic development operations within some communities. I've said this before, and I think all of us know that there are a whopping 2 counties in the state that utilize the economic development quarter cent tax. And so that's those communities are going to be able to, I really believe those communities are going to be able to win. They're going to be able to use that money to build capacity. They're going to be able to make their communities more attractive to businesses expanding or businesses looking to relocate. And they're going to be able to move the needle in economic development sense. And so I applaud those 2 counties for doing that. I think that it's a really big thing, and I hope that other counties will recognize how important it can be to fund your own growth. And I think about the other mechanisms that the legislature has provided. Right, there's the 5th and 6th cent tax that people can utilize for projects within their communities, and realize that there is a way to fund your own growth with the help of things like BRC. Because as we've seen the budget in BRC go down, we realize that we cannot continue to be the only source of funding in those projects. And I think that that's something that this board has also been really strong about saying, is that we're not going to be the sole provider of funds for a project. We want to leverage other funds. And I think that that's a big indicator of what needs to happen. And so if you put all of this together, it makes for maybe the most busy slide I've ever shown. And it goes against almost everything, I believe, in terms of how to present a slide. But I think that it's also a pretty accurate representation of what's going on. And it's an accurate representation of how complex this is. And this is just really a look at the framework of economic development activities. The complexity goes on and on and on. Because as you fund a project, or as you work on developing a business park or something like that, the complexity only grows. And so I think it's important to realize that this isn't going to happen overnight. Some of the things are going to happen very, very rapidly, especially when you look at the top of the triangle, and those things have a limited time window. But this is a model that I think, and a framework that I think we can use to help people understand how we all fit together in economic development. And of course, I list the Wyoming Business Council on here, but it actually extends past just our agency. And I think that's another important thing that we've heard and we continue to work on, is that it's not just us, and economic development is not just one agency in the state. It's a number of agencies, it's a number of entities. And I think helping them understand where they fit in the triangle, where we all work together, and where those handoffs are, is really a big piece for the state. And it's a big piece for economic development at the local level. And so we're going to continue to utilize this, not just because it's my favorite shape, but also because it is a really easy way for people to understand how to fit in and how to plug in the best. And this is something that our team in 2022 is going to be working on, how to get to the top of the triangle and make the biggest impact on the state that we can. So I'm gonna dive. I talked about this a little bit, but I want to talk a little bit more specifically. You know, over the course of 2020, we realized that we had some technology that we were utilizing that was it was really important to us. And it made a difference in the business relief programs. And I'm speaking about the fact that we were able to take applications in the business relief program all electronically. We were able to process, I believe, about 10,000 applications in that year for about $500 million with the use of technology. And yet some of the tools that we have internally to administer the grant funding that we have are not as robust. they're not able to do it. And granted, they do require a little bit more from an application standpoint. They require more information, but I think the capability is there. And I also think that it's important for us to not only have technological tools and self-service tools, but I think it's also important for us to have the process well known and have people understand where they are in the process. And so that can be as simple as a one pager that walks somebody through what needs to happen. And so there are a number of tools that we're contemplating right now and that we're working on developing so that we can allow people to self-serve, so that people can do this work without as much hand-holding. And I think that those are tools that we all recognize we can do, and we all recognize their importance if we're going to continue to be efficient and effective. And so stay tuned for more of those. But I really believe that our team has the ability to do those, and we can make those really work well. I think that there was a ton of work done last year in the evaluation tool that shows what we can create when we put our mind to it. And I think that that's a really good precursor to some other tools that'll be coming out this year. When it comes to education, that's something that I hope that we can utilize some of the models that are out there. And I know a number of people on this call, as well as throughout the state, have embarked upon the Leadership Wyoming model of education, and how that cohort and that class each year gets together and learns a lot about the state and learns a lot about leadership. And I haven't done it myself, but I've heard only great things from that. And you see this camaraderie of people, and I don't know if there's a secret handshake or anything for it, but gosh, it seems like that there's just this camaraderie and people know, and a network that something like Leadership Wyoming has developed. And I really think that there's something that we could do very similar to that in economic development education, and developing a cohort and a class, if you will, of people who understand how economic development principles work. They're from across the state, maybe even not just in economic development, but in civic leadership, that can really begin to work together to solve the problems that Wyoming has. And so we'll be rolling out an education sort of like a cohort and a funding mechanism for that in the coming months, so that we can begin that process and start our class of 2022. The other thing is that I know that many of you know that we take a lot of pride in our people and helping them achieve as much as possible. And it's always something that I've cared about, and it's a project that I really love to think about and work on no matter where I've been. But I was lucky enough to step into an organization that really cared about that from the get-go, and was ahead of a lot of the things that I ever thought about from people performance. And this is an area that I think is really important, and it's key for this year, is to continue to improve our people performance. And we have a series that was created by Hava Case called the Enlightenment Series, that has really begun, it began many years ago with the Strengths Finder, but it's evolved in looking at the ideal team player and people developing their purpose and looking at how to create joy in their work. And this year it's about doing more great work. And it's really about understanding the work that we do every day and how is that great work versus maybe some of the bad work or just the good work that we do. And it is really important for us to continue to develop our team, to continue to make sure that they have the tools that they need, and continue to make sure that they're living their purpose and doing what they would consider great work. Because I think that when you have a team of 36 people, and we hope to bring some more on, we've got a number of open positions now, and we hope to bring some more on with this budget. When you have a small team like that, it's really important that everybody is not just working hard every day, but they're doing the things that really trip their trigger, that bring them joy. Because when you're asking people to do a whole lot and make an impact on the state, it's got to be bigger than just the work. And I think that that's something that we're going to find over the course of this year. And I think it's something that we're going to always continue to do. And I believe it's a way for us to continue to move up the triangle as well. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about Harvard. And I know that that there are varying degrees of support for this in the state. And I've heard people say things like, oh, well, it's just another study, or people are going to tell us what we already know, and all of those things. And I want to take a couple steps back, actually. And I want to talk about it from an internal point of view and then an external point of view. I want to talk about it from an internal point of view first, because this was not something that just flew into the head of a person and said, oh, let's do this. This is not whimsical. This is something that took a long time to develop. It took a lot of persistence, and it took somebody saying, here's how I think we can move to the top of the triangle. And this is a tool that will help us get there faster. And so, you know, I want to say that this is about us looking for new ways to solve old problems. And what I don't think people understand is that one of the differences that I see is in this particular effort is that it goes about solving problems in an evidence-based way. It goes about solving problems with a bigger worldview than we have within our own state. And it goes about solving problems in a way that takes economic principles and says, this is what you can and should do. And these are the things that maybe are slowing you down or stopping you. Not here are the things that we dream about doing and really want to do. Because economics don't care about what you want. They care about what you can and should actually accomplish. Because the money doesn't flow based on your enthusiasm. The money flows based on economics. And so I'm really bullish about this from the external point of view, because I believe it will help us understand our constraints to growth and the opportunities that we may be overlooking, because people from outside will be looking at it, and they'll be looking at it from a lens that they have applied to many different areas that are very similar to ours, and be able to provide us rapidly some ways to change those. And I think that what we're doing is building a sort of a coalition of people across the state, from legislative leadership, from local leadership, from other agencies, that understand that we are facing challenges that we frankly haven't truly faced before. I think we've all seen these challenges on the horizon, but I think over the last couple of years, these challenges have gotten a lot closer, and maybe actually we've brushed up against them to a spot where people go, okay, it's not on the horizon anymore. And if we're all being honest and we're all saying what's really going on right now, let's all recognize that it's probably, well, we should have been working on this a lot harder, a lot sooner. Let's just say that. And so now is the time where we've got to. It's too late to say, oh, it'll go away again. We'll have a good year or two. We'll have those. But we can't realize true economic resilience if we don't face the facts that things have to change dramatically. And I think that that's what I'm most excited about, this work that we're doing with Harvard, and the output of which will be those constraints to growth, which we want to alleviate, and those opportunities that we want to attack. And the idea that we'll have a statewide SEDS, a comprehensive economic development strategy, as an output is a great benefit as well. And more than anything, this will be not just a study that people talk about later, but it will be a framework that we will continue to use. It will be a system, and many of you have probably tired of me talking about systems, but I'm going to continue. It will be a system that we can use to continually think about and develop economic resilience, because it's not a one and done thing. And so I'm really excited about it, not just because of the initiative, that was taken internally to say, how do we move to the top of the triangle? And here's a way to do it and make it happen. But also because what I believe and what I think we can make it do for us externally in identifying and alleviating those constraints to growth and allowing us to take opportunities to really do what we all care about the most, which is allow us to thrive in Wyoming. And so I'm happy to stand for any questions. I would love to continue to talk about this, but I also want to let Sarah and Marcio dive into the strategy a little bit as well. So thank you for all the time.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions from the board? Does that all make sense? I cannot tell you how many times in the last year I hear myself saying, what problem are we trying to solve? And I never heard that come out of my mouth before I met Josh Durrell, but now I hear it constantly and it's sitting on my shoulder all the time. But I appreciate the summary. I know you guys have heard me over the last year continually bring us back to this has been a 4-year, 3-year process. This is not just a small moment in time, everything that we're doing. The data that Josh shared with us, the pay per hour increase, the fact that we're not everybody's best friend across the state because we haven't necessarily approved everything. The whole concept of bringing the whole state up with us, and that's our responsibility, just down to the minor details of the fact that I want to make sure the board is aware, our statewide SED, which is absolutely mandatory for any EDA projects, was Endow. It was our Endow report. It has expired. It's not allowed to be used. We need to do a SED study anyway. This Harvard Growth Lab aspect of this, the data and the information that they can share with us is phenomenal. It really, really is. It is a way of looking into, yes, we want to be resilient. Yes, we want to have economic diversity across the state. We want all these things, but what's the most logical things to go after? It's all logic. And back to that statement, and Josh is right. This is the Harvard Growth Lab aspect is the state's about 50-50 on it when you talk to people about it. But that whole comment of it's just another study, they're going to tell us what we already know. I would go back to, if we already knew, we'd be doing it. So obviously we don't, because we aren't. So Josh, I appreciate you laying that out. I know you've spent an inordinate amount of time going across the state, sharing that with partners, sharing that with legislators, along with us as a board. And I appreciate that. It's so important to get the train moving the same direction. So if there are no other questions from anyone or comments, we will move. How are we on time? Look, we're actually doing quite well. So we will move into strategy execution. And the chair of that committee is Alex Klein, who's on Zoom with us, or Teams, or whatever.
Zoom, yeah.
Yeah.
Tried Teams, but that didn't work so well. So thank you. I second the positive comments about your leadership over the last year, Kim, and thank you for all that you've done. And Josh, I think this is the first time that I've seen the triangle on a PowerPoint slide as opposed to a whiteboard. So I guess it's official now, but it definitely looks, not to comment too much on your drawing ability, but it looks a little more professional on the PowerPoint slide. I will introduce Sarah, who's going to take it away. And Sarah, it is wonderful to have you back, and congratulations on the recent addition to your family. And I'll let you jump into the strategy execution report.
Thank you, Alex. And hello, Business Council Board. It's great to see you all. I wish that I could be there in person, but one of these days we will be there. Today we'll just walk through. This is a pretty natural extension from all of the message that Josh just shared with you, but we'll dig a little bit deeper into that. What problem are we trying to solve, and put a little bit more data behind that and update since we talked last about our economy in Wyoming. And then what are the specific initiatives and things that we are working on at the Business Council to really climb up that triangle that Josh talked about. All right. So we'll just start here and ground ourselves. This is something that we are all very, very familiar with at this point. Our purpose at the Wyoming Business Council is to create new opportunities for current and future generations of Wyomingites. And what we're working on now with the vision of the triangle, and really trying to understand how this strategy and how this vision relates to our economic picture now. What we've learned is that it does. This is still the purpose of the Business Council. This vision is still the vision of the Business Council and for the state in terms of economic development. And where we've come is to gain a clearer understanding of really why we're doing this, and the specific things that we need to do to realize this purpose and realize this vision. So I'm going to dig into a little bit of what we've learned since we talked last in September about how our economy is doing, and what we need to do to continue to realize that purpose and vision. These are charts that we've talked about every quarter, and we've updated every quarter. The purpose or really the point that I think that these get across well is that we're experiencing something pretty different in Wyoming than the rest of the country is experiencing as a result of the pandemic. Where in the United States, the United States economy as a whole was really accelerating and growing really since the Great Recession in 2008. Wyoming was experiencing something different. We've kind of had a long-term downward trend in terms of total jobs in the economy. And so for the United States, when the pandemic hit, it was really a turnaround of the economic trend there. Where in Wyoming, it was more of an acceleration of what was already going on and those underlying trends. Since we talked last in September, we've experienced a little bit of a turnaround. We for a while after the pandemic, where the U.S. started kind of climbing pretty quickly out of and recovering from the economic effects of the pandemic, Wyoming kind of flattened out, and we started to see a similar sort of trend to what we were seeing before in Wyoming's economy. In the past few months, we have seen an uptick in the number of total jobs in Wyoming. So digging a little bit deeper into where those jobs are, most of those are in the mining and logging, construction, and transportation and utilities industries. And those construction industries and transportation utilities, those are highly correlated with our mining and logging industry. Most of you know that prices for coal and oil and gas are all up in the last few months. And that is really a result of some short-term demand adjustments coming out as the global and U.S. economy recovers from the pandemic. We don't expect those to continue in the long term. And so it's really important that we understand that, yes, we see this little uptick, but we've seen these little upticks for these sort of local upticks within this sort of long-term trend over the past year, or over the past decade. And so it's important to kind of take a step back, understand that this may be short-term, and to maybe not put too much stock into that at this point in time. Another thing that I wanted to hit on and directly wanted to hit on, especially after Betsy mentioned it as well, is our unemployment rate rather is really, really low right now in Wyoming as a state, not just in Laramie County. And an important component of that is what's called labor force participation rate. This just tells us about how many people are actually participating in the labor force. These are people who either are employed or are actively looking for a job. And what we've seen is that over the past really decade, this has been dropping in Wyoming, and that has accelerated as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And excuse me. And so this really goes back to that purpose that we started out with in terms of creating new opportunities for Wyomingites, and how can we create those opportunities that are good enough for people to participate in the labor market. And so we really come back to this same problem. And you'll have seen this is taken directly from our annual report. And I think most of you have seen this in paper and virtually at this point. But we come back to the same problem, which is that over the last 13 years, we've been losing jobs. And in order to make up for those jobs by 2030, if we want to just make up for the jobs that we've lost over the past 13 years, we need to add about 1,660 jobs per year with annual earnings of $90,000 per year. And that's just to make up for what we've lost since 2008. But if we keep losing jobs at the same rate, we're going to need to add almost double that, 3,000 jobs or more at that $90,000 annual earnings. And so what that means is that we need to increase the number of jobs that we're adding in Wyoming, or that Wyoming's economy is adding, by 8 to 15 times. And we need to almost double the annual earnings of those jobs. And so this is really where the triangle comes into play. This is really why we need to scale economic development in Wyoming and make sure that we are looking at the ways that we can work one-to-many instead of one-to-one. And there are kind of three different ways that we're looking at doing this. And this is a direct follow-on from what Josh shared too. But we're developing systems to multiply our abilities. We're empowering local partners, and we're identifying those pathways to scale to development that are scalable, that are one-to-many instead of one-to-one. There are several specific projects that we're working on internally to develop systems to multiply our abilities. First is we're continuing to improve and expand the applications of our investment thesis. Now, we worked on the evaluation tool that's being used for our Business Ready Communities program, or Building Resilient Communities program, as it's recently been coined. But we are continuing to improve that and expanding that to our other programs to make sure that every dollar that the Business Council invests and every hour that the Business Council invests are in line with the state's economic development vision, as well as making sure that we're able to sort of climb up the triangle. We're also working on refining our metrics and reporting systems to make sure that what we are doing today at the Business Council, the actions that we're taking today at the Business Council in partnership with our partners statewide, we really need to be able to understand what are the things that we can measure today that are going to relate to long-term economic benefits. That's a puzzle that we've been trying to solve for a while, and we're taking that on as an initiative this year to make sure that we can try to get closer to a solution there. We're also developing opportunity management systems. Josh talked a little bit about this. We need to make sure that we're leveraging technology just like we did in the business relief programs to make sure that we are able to multiply our abilities and really work one-to-many instead of one-to-one. And then the last thing, Josh also touched on this, is making sure that we can help our local partners sort of self-serve as often as possible. And so we're developing program and services, sort of an information library, and we're also calling them interaction guides, so that folks can clearly see where they are kind of in the pathway of accessing Business Council tools and what they need and what are the next steps, where they are, and what are the inputs for that. In addition to those initiatives where we're trying to sort of scale our abilities, we also need to make sure that we're empowering local partners. And so Josh talked about how we are working on developing local economic development training and networking. And in addition to that, we're including local economic development professionals on initiative teams, including the work with the Harvard Growth Lab that Josh talked about. Up at the top of the triangle, really what we need to make sure that we're understanding is what are those pathways to scalable development? And I think of this in kind of from two different perspectives. First is push. So on the push side of things, that's kind of our proactive, this is what we want to go after. This is how we're going to get there. And so the growth diagnostics work with Harvard that Josh talked about fits in there, as well as the statewide SEDS. That's where our competitive and comparative advantages and strategic alignment come into play. Then we also have initiatives that are pulling us. So there's a lot of federal grant opportunities coming down the pike. There are emerging and attractive industries that are here and that we need to make sure that we are developing. And those include the nuclear economy, GBSD, the GBSD project, carbon capture, use and sequestration, as well as hydrogen, things like that. And so there's these two sort of push and pull components that are coming together to form our strategy going forward to really work at the top of the triangle, affecting industries instead of individual businesses, affecting the entire state instead of really individual projects. With that, I'll turn it over to Marcio to talk about that push side a little bit more, and then we'll take questions after that, if that works for you, Alex.
Thank you, Sarah. We get a lot of questions about what is this work with Harvard, and I think that my favorite way to summarize in one sentence is we're trying to solve old problems with new tools, and also build a team to solve that. The unofficial title for the work collaboration we're developing, it's called Pathways to Growth and Jobs and Prosperity. And besides saying that we're trying to solve a problem and build a team, I like to share a little bit of a timeline, a draft timeline, because I think it can help people to put like tangible things in a way that makes sense for them. So we are moving from proposal funding to contracting now, and our partners are Harvard are ready to start working. Actually, I need to ask them to not work, to not do anything. Drop your calculators, drop your computers and data banks. We need to do the contracting first. But when we say, hey, we are ready to start working, around, we believe that March, we'll do a project kickoff, and and then do a deep dive research with several trips, including interviews with local stakeholders, developers, practitioners, state-wide stakeholders, and local stakeholders. I think it's a good way to summarize. Then we'll do some work together, and around May, we'll come with this document that we call Growth Perspective, that explores the pathways that we got here and what are the pathways to the future. And this growth perspective also provides an initial structure for the SADS document that Josh and Sarah mentioned in their presentations. Now, the really big bulk of work will happen between June and November 2022 this year, when the project will accelerate, and we'll have 4 to 6 teams, we imagine, working in specific problems. So what problems we're trying to solve? Those 4 or 6 problems. And those are problems that we believe that are creating the constraints to growth or keeping the Wyoming economy under stress and not recovering as fast as our neighboring states. At the same time, these teams working very tangible problems will need new novel data and analytical tools. For example, we a lot of times in Wyoming and other states in the United States use labor data to understand what kind of products we export, which kind of goods we're producing in a region, and that data set doesn't exist. So we use labor data to get there. So in June, November, we'll be developing together with them those data sets and be able to make better, more informed decisions. Then we'll keep a continuous feedback loop. Some of you are familiar with the race matrix: responsible, accountable, consultant, or informed. So different stakeholders will be keeping informed about the progress. Other people will be consulted. Some folks will be accountable to do some of the tasks. In the end, our good Josh Terrell will be responsible if everything doesn't go well. I think he gets a call from the governor. And then also coordinating all this with other initiatives and projects that are going around the state. We know that Workforce Service, Wyoming Energy Authority, they have other initiatives and other projects, local economic development organizations. So how do we coordinate these new findings and all this? So a lot of stuff happening between June and November. And then from November to December, presentation of the results, which problems we solve, which constraints we're able to eliminate. And here also policy recommendations to not just keep driving economic growth, but to get to that phase of thriving the Wyoming economy. Now, you can expect that this is a relationship you're building, 2 networks of collaborators, one from Wyoming, one from Harvard. And the first year, we are getting to know each other better, work together in these problems. Now we will repeat that in the second year, in January 2023, where we did find new emerging problems, which work streams will be tackling. And then we repeat almost the same iteration we have in the first year. And then by 2023, end of 2023, we will have a closure of the project, presenting results and the deliverables. Now, this is a general timeline structure. You can think, if we go to the next slide, Sarah, please, that what we are trying to accomplish with this timeline is, remember the word growth perspective was that document, will provide entry points. So what are the problems that we're trying to solve? We'll break those problems in parts. What are the cause and effect diagrams kind of approach? Identify tangible action steps, what we can do to fix this, act on those, reassess the situation, keep building up the authority we have to tackle those problems, build the abilities we have in the state to tackle similar problems, and also build the acceptance. someone mentioned today, I think was Kim DeVore, 50% folks seems to be in support of those, 50% seems to not support. So we'll keep building that acceptance. I think a lot of times the proof will be in the pudding here. When we start to show that we're solving old problems, I think we will get more people on board and we adapt and iterate. This is I like to say, top of the triangle stuff. What is this not is a prepackaged solution that just say, hey, I think you should do this. I think it was Senator Kingston that mentioned yada, 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 you ought to do that. That is not what this is about. And I put 2 paragraphs there, one on the right side and one on the left side. And the words to keep in mind are, what are the dynamics to growth? Why some are creating constraints, some things are creating constraints to our economy, and how we translate that in better and more effective actions and policy making, and also how we build capabilities, not just capacities, adding more bodies, but adding better tools, more education, to tackle economic development problems. So that is, in a nutshell, in 2 slides, what is this pathways to growth, jobs, and prosperity is. I'm open for any questions.
That's all we had, Alex.
Well, sensing the silence, I don't know that we have any questions that we're willing to ask right now, at least. I think, as always, we appreciate the hard work of Sarah and Marcio. And I think that Kim articulated that there are some questions and maybe controversy about this study, but what's clear, I think, from the presentation is we need to do something. And, we do have some problems we need to solve. And I applaud the work of the Business Council and the staff in putting forth this initiative and really going to some world leading experts on how we can grow the state, because it's critical. And I also appreciate the partnership and the recognition that it's not just going to be the Business Council, but that there's so many stakeholders, public and private, that need to be part of this. And so I think, thank you both for the presentation and thank everybody for the engagement. And on that note, I'll check my watch. We're still 4 minutes ahead of schedule, Madam Co-Chair. So we may have taken up 4 minutes more than we were allotted, but we'll kick it back. And I think we're up for a break, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you very much, Alex. And thank you to Marcio and Sarah. This committee, the Strategy Execution Committee, is such an important committee. It was new. We introduced it. Its first year was last year, and this past year. It is so important because it is the center of our discipline. It's the center of everything we do. It's the center of what we spent a long time building. So thank you guys so much for treating it as important as it is. And any of you who would like more data and more information on the Harvard Growth Lab experience, please call Marcio, reserve a minimum of an hour of your time. If you can be in his community or vice versa, it's even better because he brings flip charts. And it's absolutely amazing, the information and the benefit it's going to give us to move us forward. So thank you very much. And I just sucked up that 4 minutes. So let's take a break and we will be back here at 10:55 for Operations Standing Committee. let's stay on schedule and get back to these two lovely ladies sitting here in front of us. So, Ms. Tomasi, we will turn it over to you as the Operations Committee Chair.
Hello? Sorry. So we well, yeah, it works for a while and then it stops. Okay,
Just gotta hold my phone.
okay,
Otherwise, nobody online will hear you at all.
okay, okay. Okay, here we go again. We had a really good meeting of the Operations Committee last month. And we had some nice news and some.
Just use that one.
Thank you. Okay, I'm on my third one. God. Sorry. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try this one. Okay. You all heard about our meeting in the Operations Committee last month. And so we had some really nice news with the continuing performance, et cetera. And we also had some non-news that you're going to hear from Amy that is a continuing saga. So I'm going to turn this over, thank goodness, to Hava. Good luck, Hava.
Thank you, Madam Subcommittee Chair, and thank you for the laughs. We appreciate it. Good morning, members of the board. So we have had some great conversations in our operations subcommittee meetings, talking about our people and performance. And so today I'm going to walk you through some of our updates, some things that we've been up to since the last meeting and some of our plans for moving forward. But to get us started, I think that it's we get to start with a little bit of a celebratory note and congratulate Bert Adam as our new investments director. He was promoted into that role after applying and we selected him. Bert joined the Business Council actually just about 2 years ago, little less, as our entrepreneurial services manager. And his first week of work with us, we decided to shut down the offices and I'll stay safe at home. And so he dug right in, working remotely and getting to know the team, the characters, the dynamics and all those great things. And didn't look back. He has been an influential leader and a significant contributor in a lot of our foundational projects, helping us lead towards creative solutions and bold actions. So congratulations, Bert. So we've got Bert in this new role, and currently we're recruiting for 4 other positions. These recruitments, the priority consideration deadline is this Friday. However, as with any good organization, you continue to keep roles or openings open until you find the ideal candidate. So we're looking for an agency services manager, a broadband manager, a community leadership and engagement manager. That community, that's a new title for you all probably. The community leadership and engagement manager is the position that's really going to fill in for what Kim Porter had been doing in a lot of her development, her community development activities, helping to build that community capacity portion in the triangle, so to speak. And then, since Bert moved into investments, we gotta fill for that entrepreneurial role. So we've got those out there, and feel free to share with anybody that you know that it's a great place to work. I promise. So a little bit of what we've been up to over the past, you guys, you've seen this model from me a lot, and it's, I guess, for me, it's a little bit of what I consider my operational model on how I consider performance and how we look at things from a theme perspective. Josh talked about this a little bit earlier this morning about our future and how we view our abilities as being strengths-based, right? That we know that we can do a whole lot more if we understand where we are at our best, and that we work from that versus from our weaknesses. We've also talked a lot as teams and with each other as agile goal setting, understanding that the future obviously is not a fixed state. We're constantly evolving, we're constantly adapting, and we're constantly moving to what the environment is calling of us. And the two pieces that are that we've been working on in kind of an informal and more of a peer way is this feedback and coaching concept. Feedback, obviously, we can't grow unless we are having honest conversations with one another. And the same with coaching. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about coaching here in just a moment, but the idea about coaching is that it's centered on the people, and it helps us create an environment of exponential learning because it's rapid. And so we can move with the times and continue to evolve versus fixed states, so to speak. So I'm gonna go ahead and start talking about what's next. I think some of the themes that you've heard already from Josh and even Marcio and Sarah's presentation, to me, it's capability. It's growing our capabilities. It's about growth. And so this is where we're at when it comes to performance and how we're looking at ourselves and developing ourselves to take on what the future is and what the future calls for. And, this is about building a learning organization. And we're doing that through a variety of ways, so these coaching efforts that we have going on, talking about thinking forward to how we build and we grow into the triangle and beyond, and then the continuous leadership development. And for me, in my perspective, I would consider leadership development, or at least principles of leadership, capturing gratitude and resilience and having aspirations, having courage and even empathy. And so that's really, those principles are really what the entire Enlightenment series has been built around. Josh brought that up. We spent time talking about gratitude and how positive mindsets produce positive results. We've talked a lot about being hungry, humble, and smart, and how that's the ideal team, and that's how we get to drive ourselves forward. We've explored our purpose, and now where we're going is doing more great work. And this is actually the really exciting piece of all of this, because it's bringing together all of these concepts and all of these different theories that we've been reading about, discussing, and working with each other on, and starting to drill those down and refine them for ourselves, and understanding and identifying where we are best, how we're best, and what we can do with that for the organization. And so this doing more great work, we're starting to bring it to life through coaching. And what we've done is we've established formal peer coaching networks. So we've got those going on where people are learning to be coaches, learning to ask questions versus give advice, to help one another solve their own, come up with their own creative solutions to situations. So we've got peer coaching going on. And then at the same time, I'm also spending a lot more one-on-one time with people on a weekly basis to understand, what do you need? Where do you want to go? What are your ambitions? How does that align with where the organization needs to go, so that we really are focusing on what matters. So with that, I'll pause for questions.
Madam Committee Chair.
Okay.
I have no questions. I do. Hava, I do have one question for the jobs, the recruiting for the jobs that are open right now. Have you had a lot of interest? Because of the workforce situation? What is our situation?
We have had a bit of interest, probably not as much as we've had in the past But we have, I don't know, probably on average about 10 to 15 per job.
Okay,
So.
great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
I just have a comment, if that's okay. It's really, first of all, this is very businesslike. I doubt other agencies are having a similar discussion. So this is moving at the speed of business, acting as a business. I get really excited to see your face because Hava has some amazing talents in leadership and coaching. And that's every HR person. You wish you could dedicate all your time to that. And I'm really excited to see that your time is being able to be spent on that where your talents lie. So that's a really good example of activating our strengths. So thank you for what you've been doing.
Thank you so much, Madam Co-Chair. I am flattered and humbled. Thank you.
That's in lieu of a raise, by the way.
Oh, yes, yeah. On the record.
Any other questions? Comments? Okay, thank you, Hava. Okay, now to the exciting budget information. Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. I'm not sure how exciting this really is. I feel like my budget reports are getting a little repetitive quarter after quarter, but that's probably okay because finances should probably be all that exciting. So I am presenting December 31st, 2021 year quarter end. This is our second quarter of the fiscal year 2022. So our budget optimum should be around 50%. We came in at 48.4% overall general fund. In the line items that are over that, you've heard this story. We have encumbrances that go through June 30th, sometimes beyond. So that shows our budget used up, even though the money may not have been spent yet. We have a few that are under 50%, some significantly under, and that's because our budgets, our travel budgets in those lines are set at pre-COVID levels, and we're not quite to pre-COVID travel yet. We've been leveraging virtual options, but that will be increasing, I would expect, going forward. I'm going to skip down to our agency funds because there's just not much going on in the federal for this quarter. We've got $7.5 million in available cash for the Economic Diversification Fund. And through December 31st, we had received almost $724,000 in deposits for loan payments and interest from the Treasurer's Office. Skipping down to the CARES budgets, we have reverted most everything we have back to the governor's office that's been unused. That $5,000 encumbrance there is for the remainder of our compliance audit with McGeehern and Pies, which Amy will discuss in just a moment. And moving down to those charts, that's just kind of a visualization of where we're at by expenditure type and how our budget is built. So with that, I'll take any questions.
So hearing no questions, do I hear a motion to accept the financial budget?
So moved.
So it's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so motion carries. Okay, now we get into the news of our never-ending saga. Amy.
Yeah, this is kind of the not yet portion of the agenda.
Yes.
Madam Committee Chair, members of the board, on page 19 of your board book, you will see a letter from our state auditor, Auditor Racines. And that letter is in response to a question that we posed to her regarding our financial audit. So as you may recall, McGee, Hearn and Pies does complete the financial audit for the Wyoming Business Council on a fiscal year basis. The fiscal year 21 audit is typically presented to the Board of Directors in December of each year. As you know, we did not have an audit to present to you in December. And unfortunately, we do not have a fiscal year 21 audit to present to you today. So the letter that's in your board packet does talk about the reasons why we have a delay in the audit. I wanted to make sure that we were addressing any questions that you may have, make sure that you are understanding some of the other intricacies and cause and effects that are involved in the auditing process for the state at the state level. And so what you'll see in that letter is you will actually see that our audit is delayed as the treasurer's office is finalizing their cash investment information. That cash investment information is needed to be able to come into our financial audit, which then also delays the state auditor from producing their final audit for the state of Wyoming. So we have a lot of, like I said, cause and effect here, but I wanted to make sure that you all understood what our delay is. We have high hopes of being able to bring our fiscal year 21 audit to you in May. I'm sure you're all doing the calculation in your head that is 6 weeks before the end of fiscal year 2022. But we are working through that. So just want to make sure that we are bringing that forward to you in full transparency. Any questions about the financial audit or its current status or not status?
I do have a comment. I know that when we have spoken about the audit with Amy and Lindsay, they have done an Atlas-sized job trying to get all the information. But as Amy just said, there are so many moving parts to this. And if one cog in the wheel is not there, then the others can't move forward. And we're missing a cog or two, and we'll get it as soon as we can.
Amy, is this real simple as it appears? The state treasurer has not provided the information that is due typically in October. What's their response to this?
Yeah, I know there's been actually quite a bit of discussion with this at the legislative level, where the state auditor's office and the treasurer's office have all presented to joint appropriations. Lindsay, I don't know, do you have anything else to add? I know you're closer to the details.
I don't think I really have anything much more to add to that. I know they're working through some, I think it's kind of a technical accounting details that they're working through. So.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's happening too is that the complexity of the state investments that have happened in recent years have created more complexity in the accounting systems. And so I think it's sorting through those investments, the reporting that's needed for those investments, and making sure we've got the resources, both from a technology standpoint and a people standpoint, to handle that.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, Ms. Grenville, this is not just a business council problem. This is a statewide issue, right?
Mr. Kenyon, that is correct.
Anything else? Okay, we're going to move on to the public comments process, and it will be explained by Amy also.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. So you may recall that in our previous meeting that we talked a little bit about public comments, and I wanted to make sure that we were talking again about the public comments process in today's meeting as well. So we did formally change the Business Ready Community rules to address how we're taking public comments on the Business Ready Community projects. But I also want to make sure that that you all understand that the process to receive public comments is for any public comments that we may be receiving from the public on business council topics. So we do have an email address, and you'll see that here on your screen, this wbc.public-comment@wyo.gov, where we can accept public comments. We also will accept public comments via mail. For the BRC program in particular, written comments on BRC applications must be submitted via one of these mechanisms 14 days prior to the business meeting of which that application is being heard by the board of directors, to be included in the board packets and the information that is sent to the board of directors. So, and that's what's specified now in the Business Ready Community rules. And I just wanted to make sure that we talked about that publicly, because that is a change, and want to make sure that anybody who's listening, members of the public or any other economic development organizations, understand that process for public comments. We did change and make clear, more clear, the public comments process to allow for our members of the public to more easily participate in this process, and to ensure that we have full transparency around the projects, and that we are receiving items in a timely manner for your consideration.
So do I hear any questions from the board?
Kathy, I would just like to give a little background on that, and appreciation
Great.
to the staff for putting this together. Any of you as board members are probably experienced in the 24 hours before the meeting, which is normally while we're traveling to wherever the meeting is, we get letters from the public. And I'm sure you all feel the same way I do. Those are very important to me. It, along with phone calls, you're right, Cindy, we get phone calls, all those different aspects. Those are wildly important to us, and we don't do them justice when we are literally operating maybe at 6 p.m. the evening before we receive them. We can't do any due diligence on them. We can't look into them. We can't follow up with a phone call. It really makes that aspect complicated when those are very important aspects of every project. So this makes it much easier for us because it gets delivered to the board in a good amount of time that you can do any due diligence you would like to follow up on it prior to our meeting. It's a much more feasible process. Now, someone may ask you, well, how am I supposed to do that when the board packet just comes out the week before? These projects go through a wildly public process before they ever come to us in our board packet. They have to be brought up at the local level, approved by the applicant, because the applicant is always a municipality or an economic development arm. So there's requirements in the applications that they go out for public comment locally. That's where you get most of your public comment anyway. So anyone that asks you about that, or if you have that concern as a board member, just know that there's quite a bit of public discussion before it ever comes to the application standpoint at the board here. So I appreciate the effort to put this in place and make it a little more formal. Now it's on us as board members, try to remember, because sometimes you get them to your personal email. Sometimes you get a phone call from someone. Try to remember to let that person know, if you want this in the formal public records, in addition to our phone call today, please submit your public comment. Or you reply by email saying, I received this. Thank you so much for your input. I'll look into it. If you would like this in the formal public comment, please submit it in this manner. So that way it also takes it off of us, because we did have a project. I'm just going to self-disclose. We did have a project a couple months ago that I thought I had sent, not a couple months ago, meetings ago, where I thought I had sent it to the whole board, something that came to me personally. Turns out I sent it to Amy. I didn't send it to everybody else. So it removes that aspect and it makes it much more clear.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And actually on our website, if you go to our website at the very, very bottom in the bottom bar of the website, if you forget what this email address is, or you're not sure where to direct people, there is a public comments link at the very bottom banner of our website as well. So just wanted to remind people of that also.
Thank you, Amy. And thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for going through that. This process is exactly that word. It's a process that is going to probably help eliminate bottlenecks, help eliminate time that I have been in meetings where we get comments during the meeting and immediately afterwards. So this will eliminate some of that. And I appreciate the process that everybody went through. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, now we'll go back again to Amy with the legislative budget update.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. And to your point, we do practice systems over heroics at the Business Council. That has been a continual theme for us in 2021 and 2022. So you'll continue to see more and more of that from us of we don't need to perform heroics if we have good systems in place. And so that's what you're seeing with this process. Talking about the legislature, I do have an update as of yesterday at 5 p.m. Now, my disclosure is we've had a whole half day of legislative activities, so I may be missing some things or there could be updates. What I can tell you is that we're watching a number of different things at the legislature, and you're not seeing Ron Goldberg here today at the meeting because he is at the Capitol, making sure that we're keeping track of what's happening that's Business Council related. So we're watching a couple of different categories of items at the legislative session. The first being our budget. This is a budget session for the legislature, so as you can imagine, that is the hot topic. The budget has been introduced on both the House and the Senate floors. That took place Monday and Tuesday. Both houses begin with mere budget bills introduced by the Joint Appropriations Committee. Second reading amendments to the budget bill were due yesterday at 5 p.m. So we are starting to see those amendments come through. Second reading starts today. This is where those amendments can start to create differences between the House and the Senate budget bills. So this is where we really start to pay attention and better understand what's happening within the legislature and how it may or may not impact our agency budget. Third and final readings on the House and the Senate floors are scheduled for this Friday, February 25th. And from there, legislative leadership will create a joint conference committee with representation from both houses to discuss and negotiate differences between the House and the Senate budgets. So lots of moving pieces here. Ron is sending out a daily update to our board and our internal team regarding updates that he's tracking. So please be sure to check your email on a daily basis because he is sending those out at the end of each day. Non-budget topics that we're watching the ARPA proposals. So you may recall that the governor had ARPA proposals that he presented to joint appropriations, and they're now being considered by the House and the Senate. There is a large project funding request related to broadband in those ARPA proposals. As of right now, it's 25 million. There is some amendments though that are changing potential matches for that budget for the broadband investment. Other non-budget bills that we're watching, following bills have passed the House and await introduction into the Senate. They are halfway through the legislative process. Those bills are House Bill 9, which is Economic Development Programs and Tribal Inclusions, House Bill 46, which is the Partnership Challenge Loan Program and some amendments around that for business succession. We also have a couple of bills that have passed the Senate and await introduction into the House. Again, these are halfway through the legislative process. Senate File 9, which is a revenue bond for agriculture endeavors. that authorizes the Business Council to issue revenue bonds to finance, construct, develop, maintain, and operate value-added agriculture processing projects. Senate File 58 is the Wyoming Council for Women's Issues, and that is completing the transition of the Wyoming Council for Women's Issues from the Business Council to the Department of Workforce Services. So that's kind of where we sit right now. Again, we've had happenings, I'm sure, this morning that I'm not fully aware of, but things are moving quickly, budget is moving quickly, and we'll continue to watch closely and check for your daily updates.
Thank you, Amy. Are there any questions from any of the board? No, so we'll keep our fingers crossed and see what happens. I've been the chair of this committee for 2 years, and I cannot tell you how appreciative I am of this committee. We've had some fun, yeah, but we've done a lot of good work. So thank you very much to this committee. I appreciate it thoroughly.
Thank you, Madam.
And with that, anything else for the Operations Committee?
Madam Committee Chair, I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude for a few people, operations team and beyond that. So the team members that you see in this room, the ones that are listening online, the ones that are back at the Cheyenne office holding down the fort, I'm incredibly grateful for all the helping hands that our team continually offers. I do want to put a spotlight on the operations team, though. In particular, I want to spotlight Ben Peterson, Hava Case, Lindsay Orr, Katie O'Brien, Angie Buchanan, and Sue Akey, because they are the unsung heroes oftentimes and the invisible hand. And the work that those individuals do is often goes unseen, but really makes the road smooth for everybody else. So just want to express my gratitude, my appreciation. It truly is an honor to work with the professionals that I get to work with every single day. We talk about doing more great work, and the operations team and the rest of the Business Council team fully expresses what it means to be creative, to take on challenges, to be agile, and to be willing to jump in. And that happens every single day at the Business Council. So thank you.
Well said, Amy. Thank you. So I think that is probably it for the Operations Committee. Okay, I am so happy to be giving these back.
Thank you very much, Kathy. And also thank you to the whole operations group. I had a little note written on my sheet to make sure that we publicly thanked Ben today. The man of many screens over there. He's got like 5 lined up, but this is going off with the exception of Kathy's electric personality shutting down her microphone. This is going off without a hitch. So thank you so much, Ben. And Amy, to you, I once again think that the council has done, the staff and Josh has done a wonderful job recognizing your strengths. I think about when you came on board and that whole concept we had in our minds of what a chief operating officer could do at the council, and you are truly doing it now. All right. We are on, this is where this is my last chance to just be me. High five, all that. Services Standing Committee. Pam, you are up. Tell us about what's going on in the services division.
Well, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So talk about boots on the ground. This committee and all the programs and projects are boots on the ground. So I am excited to turn this over to Brandon Marshall, and he has some exciting information to share with all of you.
Always exciting. Thank you, Madam Committee Chairman. Appreciate the time to speak in front of the board here. We had considered overwhelming you with our presence in the services division or services team. Sorry, I've worked for the Business Council for a very long time, and we've always called them divisions, and now we're calling them teams, and I'll be on board sometime next year. Anyway, the services team, we thought about overwhelming you with the entirety of our services division team, but it turns out there were only 3 chairs up here. And Wendy Lopez, the only one not on our team who's sitting here, is actually not from Goshen County. So we didn't want her to sit up here with us. Not really. We love Wendy, but Wendy already talked at the last meeting. So really want to just give you a couple of quick updates on some things in the division. Then I'm going to pass it off to Kayla, who's going to talk about the Main Street program and the Main Street Best Practices Conference that's coming up. And then on to Jill, who's going to talk about agribusiness development strategy and the things she's been working on and will work on. So we will get that all done so you can go into your next section on the agenda, which looks very important. So really quickly on broadband, just want to give you a kind of quick update on where we sit with that. We have been depending heavily on Elena Zempel over the last several weeks and her passion and knowledge for the broadband development initiatives that have been around the state. She's of course been involved working with Ryan Kudra for the last couple of years on different initiatives in there. We're at an interesting time in broadband development. There are 632 separate federal funding opportunities for broadband development around the state. So we have a big task going forward, working with providers, the Business Council's Broadband Advisory Council, the governor's office, legislators, and all of our stakeholders to determine which of those grant funds are really the right ones for Wyoming. We want to be sure that we're doing the right thing there, that we're going forward with projects that are with funding mechanisms that work for Wyoming. And so that's kind of a big task ahead on there. We're working on still now coordinating our broadband mapping initiative, which is really the foundational piece of continued development in broadband, is understanding capabilities in any given neighborhood. City, town, county, census block, all those fun things, understanding what's there and what's available so that we can determine the best path forward for building up that infrastructure going forward. Anyway, so that's where we're working on that. There is, as Amy mentioned, bill in the legislature discussing ARPA funding that can come from the state's portion of that. There's also a federal side of the ARPA funding that we'll be pursuing with that, as well as IJA, which is actually, funnily enough, I didn't really realize that that was the acronym for the infrastructure bill until the other day. I was like, oh, well, but before I let on too much understanding of what I don't understand. The federal infrastructure bill right now, we're anticipating a notice of funding opportunity coming out of the NTIA, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, for additional funding out of the infrastructure bill, the IJA. That has originally, they had planned on putting that out in May. We just got information the other day that it's probably going to be June. That seems to be the general progression of the federal funds, is that they're always at least a month later than they say they're going to be. Once that funding opportunity notice comes out, we can then work with the providers and the Broadband Advisory Council to really figure out what our application is. We're anticipating that being sometime in September. So anyway, there's a ton going on in the middle of all that. We're also, of course, as Hava mentioned, recruiting the next broadband manager. So it's all fun and exciting. But before I kill you all with broadband, I am, unless there are questions, happy to pass it on to Kayla Clear, our esteemed Main Street manager, to discuss Main Street.
All right.
And I sit here and intimidate you, or should I just leave?
Thank you, Brandon. I do want to take this opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Kayla Clare. I am the Main Street Program Manager at the Wyoming Business Council. And I wanted to take the opportunity today to talk about a few of the board materials that are included.
To the microphone.
Yes, sorry. So on page 22 of the board book, there is a graphic there related to the Main Street program. It is our calendar year 2021 reinvestment numbers, as we call them. And each of our Main Street communities, as part of the Main Street program, is requested to put in monthly reports around their business activity, as well as private and public investment going on within the downtown boundaries. So those numbers in the board materials reflect the calendar year totals for all 12 Main Street communities. The other thing I wanted to talk about today was our best practices workshop, which also in the board materials, page 23, I believe, is a flyer to talk about the communities that will be touring for the best practices workshop. So every year, the National Main Street Center hosts a Main Street conference. This year, it will be May 16th through 18th. Something unique that Wyoming Main Street does each year is host a best practices workshop. So this is a 2-day workshop where we take Main Street and other community leaders like chambers, city officials, et cetera. We take them on this best practices workshop to network with other communities that they might not have the opportunity to normally, and learn best practices from these Main Street organizations, as well as challenges and ways to solve them. So it's a great learning opportunity, great networking opportunity. And a lot of the time, our Main Street professionals do bring back some ideas to implement here in the state of Wyoming. So this flyer is just showcasing the 3 communities that we'll be visiting this year. Like I said, it'll take place May 13th and 14th. And as you can see, some of our communities are fairly small, which is great for our smaller Main Street towns that struggle maybe with some population. And then we do have some larger population communities as well. So with that, I'll take any questions if there are any. Great. I will pass it off to Jill.
Good morning. I guess I'm talking loud enough. I'm Jill Trigamba, the Agriculture Business Development Manager here at the Business Council. And before I get started, I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that this is National FFA Week. If you all know what FFA is, it's the youth that wear the blue corduroy jackets. Tried to get Brandon to wear his and he wouldn't, but maybe next time. Anyway, it's a great youth development organization, and I think it plays to our workforce development that we talk about with economic development and developing the youth of our state. They do business plans, they do skills work, they do public speaking and leadership and so much more. That youth is a powerhouse in Wyoming, actually on the national stage, and gives them a chance to compete at state and national levels, and opportunities for college. You know, it's kind of ironic. I'm sitting here at LCCC today, and they're the ones that gave me a scholarship through FFA that then took me on to the university. So a shout out to our FFA kids this week. So let's talk ag. I don't think I've had the opportunity to address the board yet. So I took lots of notes, and then I thought, nope, let's stop there. Let's talk about something recent that's been interesting that we've tackled, and then let's look to the future. So last month, I traveled to Vancouver, Washington to meet with WUSADA, which is the Western United States Trade Association. Wyoming is a member. It's a 13-state cooperative. And what we do is leverage our funds, our capacity, our skill sets to develop export markets for food companies and value-added ag. So we were there looking over the data of the last year, where market trends are emerging, where products show opportunity on the international stage, and then looking at the projects from the last year and how they performed even amidst COVID. So why is that forward looking? It's because we are booking inbound and outbound missions for buyers into 2028. So that's something exciting we're involved in that maybe a lot of you don't realize happens year to year, and something that as Wyoming grows, we will have this stage already set to take advantage of those missions. Into the future, I have to share something with you this morning as I was leaving Goshen County. I hadn't quite reached the highway yet from the ranch, and something caught the corner of my eye. And I looked to my right, and soaring over the prairie and the sage was a beautiful bald eagle. It was 8 below, and that eagle was soaring in parallel with my car, just overlooking the landscape. And I thought, wow, this is cool. And it really made me think about what I was going to talk today.
We are in a position in Wyoming to soar. We are in a position to take advantage of the great skill sets of our people and drive forward. And that's what we plan to do within the ag sector. It ties back into the work that Josh talked about with the Growth Lab and Marcio and our strategy. And we're going to do that with agriculture too. We've had lots of conversations with stakeholders over the last few months about how exactly do we tackle this? What's the framework? What's the process? I know you guys feel the same pressure I do and our staff to come up with the right solutions, the right ideas. What's going to work? What's going to really make a difference? Let's take that pressure off and let's look at the process. Let's find a framework that helps us dig in. And that's what the growth diagnostics allows us to do. I had the privilege of taking the leg course last fall, and it was really eye-opening and beneficial. And we're really looking forward to sharing that more openly with everyone outside our doors. But that's what we're going to do with agriculture. We're going to bring in grassroots people, production ag business, experts for the team, consultants, and really look at what can help ag grow. What can take us to the next level? What's prohibiting growth? And what can we do? Is it funding? Is it infrastructure? Is it policy? We hear from our legislative friends that they want to know what policy we need. This is a mechanism to give that to them, to have the answers. Funding, we all know there's a lot of federal money coming at us, and we get the opportunity to make comments before those rules are written. Well, if we have a framework and know what we need, wouldn't that be great? So that's where we're headed. We're really, really excited about the direction. Love to visit with any of you guys in detail about it. But I'm going to keep it short today. And I just want to close with a quote. This quote comes from our governor last week at his State of the State address. Despite tremendous challenges, Wyoming is strong and getting stronger. We are strong because of our character, resilient because of our nature, and optimistic because Wyoming people are doers. I believe there is an undeniable momentum in Wyoming these days, and that comes from the governor. So I'll leave you with that. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Any questions for Jill? Well, thank you, Jill. Was there anybody I'm not hearing?
Pam. Jill, do you see an increase in FFA participation? What is your thought on that? As from my part of the state, it seems like it's going lower and lower. What do you see since you have been involved with it?
Good question, Kathy. I don't know what the overall numbers are in our state at this moment. It's changing. I think they are reaching out, and it's not just production agriculture kids anymore. We're seeing an urban influx. I know at the national level, a lot of inner city chapters exist now, and they're looking at career technical development, ag tech, hydroponics. So I think it's more than it's going down, it's changing, and probably a reflection of where we're headed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, so thank you, Brandon and Kayla and Jill. Kathy, you get excited about your committee, and this service team is working for Wyoming. This team, they're the ones with the boots on the ground. And I love listening to all the different services and programs and that this team has to offer. But I think this morning we've been talking about the bottom part of the triangle and reaching the EDOs and the chambers and the organizations. And that's what this service team is doing, that they are actually hundreds of people that are moving the needle for economic development in Wyoming. And of course, I'm going to put a shameless plug in for the best practices trip. I have been on 10 plus years of those best practices. Of course, each individual community pays their own way. I'm going to put that plug in there. But the education and the learning that goes on is amazing, that you as board members could attend with us and see it just up close and personal. And it is very eye-opening and great. I've loved chairing this committee this year, and it's been super exciting. But I have this group of the services team that all their work in they're doing. So thank you guys to everyone. Madam Chair, back to you.
Okay, and look at that. We are on time. So it is time for us to go into executive discussion. And we have personnel matters to discuss, specifically, nothing bad. Very good things. Josh's performance review. So Amy, I'm actually going to let you tell us what we're going to do, because I'm smart enough to know that that's the right way to go.
So Madam Co-Chair, what we do need is a motion to go into executive session. At that point, once the board goes into executive session, if the board wants to go ahead and go through our lunch buffet, it does look like lunch is available and you can take lunch with you to the room where the executive session is being held for the board members. The room is room 305, which is up, there's 2 flights up, but in this same building. Hava Case is ready to escort and get you there. So you're welcome to take lunch with you, or if you want to grab lunch after executive session, it's kind of your call. But we will need to have a motion to go into executive session. At that point, Madam Co-Chair, we can have a lunch break built into this as well. And so the board meeting can reconvene. Right now, we've got it scheduled to reconvene at 1 p.m.
I move to take us into executive session.
Aaron
Second.
moves. Oh, John, seconds. Any discussion, of which the discussion right now should center on, do we want to take our lunch or not take our lunch?
Question.
Dang it. Okay. All those in favor of executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion passes. We are officially going to executive session.
Sounds good. And so the board meeting will reconvene at 1 p.m. for those who may be watching online.
I'm going to start calling you Oz. Oz.
The man behind the curtain.
The man behind the curtain, Oz. Oh.
Are we supposed to pay attention to it?
We all know to pay attention to Oz, for sure. Okay, welcome back. And we are going to make up just a little bit of time, starting a couple minutes late, but we need to start, since we came out of executive session, we need to start with roll call. Please, Amy.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So we are going to take roll call once again. Mr. Ahrens. Mr. Brown. Mr. Coyne.
Present.
Ms. DeVore.
Here.
Mr. Easley is excused. Ms. Johnson. Mr. Kenyon.
Present.
Mr. Kinsler.
Here.
Mr. Klein. Mr. Law.
Here.
Ms. Moore. Here. Ms. Thayer.
Here.
And Ms. Tomasi.
Here.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I hope everyone enjoyed your lunch, and thank you for entertaining our executive session prior to that. Mr. Brown. Okay, and may I ask a very quick question, Amy? Okay, and
I would second the motion to accept the performance review.
thank you. So we have a motion to accept the performance review recommendation from Executive Committee made by Mr. Brown, and we have a second by Mr. Law. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, motion approves, and we are back onto this agenda. We will reconvene the public meeting, or no, we already did reconvene. Field operations. That's what we're on. Hello again, Ms. Tupper.
Hello again. I am actually going to allow everyone else on the team to give their field operations reports, since you heard a fair amount from Betsy this morning, unless you have any questions about anything going on. Otherwise, I will turn it over to them. The regional team, as you can see, is not here. They had all planned to travel, but having to make that decision Monday night to get here and get on the road on Tuesday kind of gave everyone a little bit of pause. So they're all joining us online, I'm pretty sure, Mr. Man behind the screens. Okay, so I will turn it over to them and let them give their reports.
Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. I'm Kim Reitmer. I am the East Central Regional Director, and I have Natrona, Converse, Niobrara, and Platte counties. And I was going to actually talk to you about the things that were happening in Natrona County, because things are hopping here. There's a lot of exciting things happening, but we were encouraged to talk to you today about opportunities in our regions. So that'll actually work out better for me, because I think a lot of what I was going to talk to you about was probably going to have to be, I was going to have to be careful because a lot of it has not been formally announced. So we're going to push that out to next time and give you something to look forward to. And today I'm going to talk about one of the opportunities in my region that I think is really significant. And that is the Foreign Trade Zone 157 that's here in Natrona County. For those of you who've been on the board quite some time, you may remember I did do a presentation to you about the Foreign Trade Zone in pretty significant detail, and I'm not going to go into as much detail today. But I think after I'm done explaining it, you'll see why I feel that this is really a huge opportunity for not just Natrona County and my region, but for the state as well. So foreign trade zones were created in 1934 as an economic development and incentive tool. And the primary purpose is to promote trade through the designation of secure areas in or adjacent to port of entries. And this is where merchandise comes in and it's received and gets the same customs treatment as it would if it were outside US commerce. So it's a designated location in the US that is legally outside of US customs territory. It's where items are brought into the zone duty-free, and that duty is determined when the merchandise leaves the zone. So typical foreign trade zone sites are in industrial parks, industrial developments, inside ports or airports, or even a company facility. And there's a number of permitted foreign trade zone activities. They are assembly, exhibition, cleaning, manipulation, manufacturing, processing, relabeling, repackaging, repair, salvage, samplings, storing, testing, display, and destruction. And there's 3 benefits of operating in a foreign trade zone. The first one is duty deferral, and that is you don't pay duty on a product until it leaves the zone. Duty elimination, this takes place when items are tested or inspected and then destroyed. And duty reduction allows a company to choose the lowest duty rate associated with the components or the finished product. So if a company brings in 5 separate components and they each have their own duty rate, and then they assemble that piece, they can choose the lower rate. So the lower rate might just be a component, but it could also be the assembled piece, but it's up to the company. They choose the lowest rate, and so it saves them money. So there's foreign trade zones in all 50 states and Puerto Rico. There's more than 250 general purpose zones. There are nearly 500 subzones, and a subzone is actually a site that is dedicated to a single company for a specific activity or purpose. And there's 2,700 or more firms located in foreign trade zones and more than 320,000 workers working inside of them. Now, there's only one trade zone in Wyoming, and that is in Natrona County, and it was created in 1989. And the boundary was the airport business park. And it really didn't spur the development that would have been expected. And probably the primary reason for that was the airport owns the land, and due to FAA regulations, they can't sell that land. So you get businesses who come in and are willing to build a facility, but they won't own the land. And so they're not inclined to do that. And I know, probably 10 or so years ago, we were working with a couple of businesses that came in and actually really liked being out there in the industrial park there at the airport, but just could not accept the fact that they weren't going to own the land, and they did move on and locate elsewhere. So because of this, the boundary was then expanded to include the Casper Logistics Hub. And this is an industrial area that was developed behind the airport off the BNSF line. And there's a rail spur there, which it was funded with BRC funds, and it spurred a lot of activity out there. So the expectation was having the foreign trade zone, it would also attract businesses that could take advantage of that. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case either. So a few years later, the airport took advantage of what's called the alternative site framework, and that allows the boundaries to be expanded further out into Natrona County. And so foreign trade zone 157 now covers nearly all of Natrona County, except for the very western part and very northern part. And the reason being, the customs office is still at the airport, and with only one agent, that agent needs to stay there and handle the planes that are coming in and out and doing all his other customs work. So he has about 60 miles as the crow flies to get out and actually be outside of the airport and doing customs works there. So you're looking at about a 90-minute drive one way, which really isn't a problem because probably all the businesses located around the airport are within a 50-mile radius anyway. And so this new framework would allow for businesses that are already located in Natrona County to take advantage of that. They wouldn't have to have a separate location within a smaller boundary within the county. They wouldn't necessarily have to have, be schlepping their products back and forth from different buildings. They can do everything in their one building. Unfortunately, this hasn't exactly been the catalyst for growth either. And we're not really sure why, because Natrona County International Airport and Natrona County have invested very heavily in promoting this, as has Advanced Casper. And Wendy uses it consistently in her recruiting efforts for the Business Council, and I have too. So the potential for attracting business, or at least helping existing business grow, is massive. And despite the fact that it hasn't really caught on and hasn't exactly been the catalyst, I do see the foreign trade zone as a huge opportunity because it's an incredible economic development tool, not just for Natrona County and my region, but for the entire state. So that is the opportunity that I see in my region that is a priority. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Kim? Eventually, Kim, we will all be experts on the foreign trade zone, for sure.
We will.
Or we'll call you. Option 2, probably.
Or I'll put you in touch with someone who's a real expert, but I'm getting better at it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, who's up next?
Good afternoon, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. I'm Brandy Harlow. I am the Northeast Regional Director, so I serve Crook, Weston, Johnson, Campbell, and Sheridan counties. And last night, as I started thinking about my report and opportunities in my region, of course, you go straight to those economic drivers, minerals extraction and manufacturing. But you have heard me talk about that over and over and over again. You know, efforts to transition from thermal coal into coal to products, advanced manufacturing, Sheridan's doing it, it's spilling over into Gillette and Campbell County. So today I wanted to take a little bit different focus and talk about the 2 other economies in Wyoming that we don't think a lot about in the northeast corner of the state, and that's agriculture and tourism. I'm going to tell you about 2 agricultural businesses that are taking advantage of some opportunities, doing some new things, some innovative things. And keep in mind, with the latest trends, more and more people are wanting to have locally sourced foods. We want to know where our food comes from. And especially during the pandemic, when there was supply shortages, it just made more and more sense. And then on the tourism side, not only are people wanting to come to Wyoming and see the wide open spaces and breathe the fresh air, but they also want those experiences. So the first business is Equality State Farms in Gillette. The owner is really a true entrepreneur. His background is in oil and gas, but he believes that food creates community and opportunities. And that's a quote right off of his website. But if you ever get a chance to meet Matt Walker, he will tell you that probably 6 times in 1 minute. He is super passionate about food. So a few years ago, he started urban farming in Gillette, and he planted vegetables on vacant lots everywhere in Gillette, school district lots, college lots, any friends and family he could talk into it. All kinds of vegetables. Then he moved into building several greenhouses. And so he has produce year round. But when his farm to table concept really took shape is he purchased an old dairy warehouse. It's about 12,000 square feet. It turned into cold storage. He uses it for vegetable processing. He has a large commercial kitchen. And now he has contracts with the Campbell County School District to provide fresh vegetables and produce year round to our schools in Campbell County. He also has that passion, can really see the opportunities to move into meat, manufacturing, processing, wants to go into the bakery business and use locally sourced grains and really offer that true farm to table type concept in Wyoming and in Gillette, where we typically don't think about those kind of things in our region. The other business I wanted to briefly touch on, and I don't know a ton about them, but Galloway's Farm and Ranch in Southern Campbell County, they have one of the largest brands in agriculture in the country, and it's called Our Wyoming Life. So they started, really kind of in production agriculture, and then just use social media to market their products. They do blogs, videos, updates, weekly or a couple times a week, and really just talk about what's happening on the ranch and try to educate people on agriculture and where their foods come from. This week, their video was about unexpected adventures while feeding cows. It was posted 3 days ago, and they've already had 30,000 views. And that was pretty incredible to me, especially with a background in production agriculture. I can't imagine why anybody would want to watch that, but honestly, it is pretty interesting to get back to your roots as well. They started their blogging in 2017, and they now have 223 subscribers to their YouTube channel. 223,000 subscribers. Try that again. Pretty incredible. They have an on-site farm store. They have an online store, offer straight from the ranch, meats, pork and beef, jerky products, as well as fresh produce. They also have a greenhouse and market that year around. And then they've kind of moved into the agritourism side of things as well. They offer an Airbnb in an old farmhouse there on the ranch. They have RV hookups. They have started offering events on the ranch to try to educate folks as well. And again, they are really getting the word out about agriculture and getting, access to 223,000 people. That's almost half of Wyoming's population. So pretty incredible. These businesses are using that new innovative way to think about agriculture. I did do a quick Google search last night, just as I was thinking about food production. And Google says that food production will need to increase by about 60% by the year 2050 to meet the demands. And then if you read further into it, it's like 60% to 90%. So I tried to check with Jill a few minutes ago to see if she had a real statistic that might make sense for Wyoming. And she said it's just all over the board. But as population grows, our food demands are going to grow as well. And that's an opportunity that we do have here in Wyoming. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brandy. I know this will be crazy, but Kathy has a question.
Okay.
I do, Brandy. I'm wondering if Mr. Walker, I think both are just fascinating, but Mr. Walker, is that his sole business? And does he export outside the state of Wyoming?
He does export into South Dakota. Interstate, I guess you'd say. It's not his sole business. He also owns Walker Inspections, which is an inspection company for oil and gas.
Okay.
So that was his original company, and that has allowed him to, dive into the urban farming side of things.
Thank you. I think it's fascinating. Thanks.
Thank you.
I would agree, Kathy. Once again, oil and gas provides for other peripheral abilities within the state. It's just awesome. Any other questions for Brandy? Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to wait for someone else to pop up on the screen.
Madam Chair, this is Elena Zempel. I am the West Central Regional Director. I cover Teton, Sublette, and Fremont counties for the Wyoming Business Council. My focus of the report would be economic development infrastructure that exists in these communities right now. And I'll start with Teton County and Jackson. Recently on the realtor.com, it lists the median home price in Jackson is $3 million. If you will look back to February 2019, the average median house was 1.15 million. So it's more than doubled in those 3 years. So economic development is going to look a lot different in Teton County and Jackson than probably perhaps the rest of the state. But Teton County in May of 2017 passed Proposition 3. It was a specific purpose tax, excise tax. What it was to do is purchase land and pay for the architectural and engineering for an on-site location for Central Wyoming College. And within that college, it was 12,000 square feet that they were looking. I've seen that go up in square footage, but they will have a commercial kitchen at that time that will, if the restaurants and different tourism type related industries there are commercial endeavors there in Teton County would greatly benefit from that. They are looking at approximately 200 students. Also, Jackson has, and it's pretty famous, and this should probably be redundant for most of you, it has Silicon Couloir. But as Silicon Couloir goes on, that's a nonprofit agencies. They have programs for entrepreneurs there. They also have angel groups on a monthly basis. They have chance meetings where you can get together with other entrepreneurs. They have a co-work space located near downtown Jackson. They host an annual pitch day. And if you've never been to that, it is fascinating to watch how that rolls out in Jackson. And they also have teams, and those are mentor programs. And there's a lot of detail underneath that. But I see a lot of community Silicon Couloir looking to them for examples of how to do that. And they're very successful with what they do. I'll move to Sublette County, which includes Pinedale, Big Piney, and Marbleton. Their population has been really very interesting. It is down over 1,500 people I am trying to think in the last 10 years since the census, which doesn't really seem to match our experience, but I guess we'll go by the numbers. Because their median household price, although it reflected in 2020 as 275, I think you'll see it has gone up significantly, and housing is something, especially in the Pinedale area, that they kind of need to solve before they go on. For workforce housing, there's a lot of second homes that have been bought there in Pinedale, so their workforce housing is finding it difficult. So you know that we did a project back there for a company called Enviromedial that had a revenue recapture a portion of that. Sublette County has recently decided to use the 50% that they can of the revenue recapture to retain an economic developer that will be housed in the visitor center, along with the Sublette Chamber, which has undergone a revitalization recently and is working on county-wide cooperation between Big Piney, Marbleton, and Pinedale. I think the one thing that they'll all tell you in Sublette County is that they need affordable or attainable broadband, and broadband at speeds that will allow for them to serve as remote work. That is part of every conversation, it seems, that I have with Sublette County. My last one is Fremont County, and Fremont County is new to me, so I learn an awful lot as I go along every day. Their population trend from 1980 to 2020, they've gone up 350 people. So you could say that they're the same. Their high hasn't been very different from that 39,000. They're just even, which is interesting. They recently, in August of 2020, passed a economic development tax. And I talked about that the last time, have a few little updates on that. For instance, what Fremont County is using their economic development tax for, it's 0.5%. Fremont County awarded some to CWC, and then they awarded some funds to businesses. Now, they didn't say exactly what the use of those funds for, but they went with the recreation archery development. This was a company that had a bow packing and storage system, and they received some funds from this economic development money, the Next Level Gym, which is a really significant program that affects a lot of youth in the Riverton area. And they also did some with with Wyoming Wood, and that is a sawmill and cabinetry shop. So it's interesting that those were the 4 that the county had awarded. Just so you understand, each community got a portion of that funds. They said about $3 million that they were anticipating, and the county got about 1/3 of that, and the tribe applies through the county, just so you know how that is coming, or how that was distributed. What's interesting, I guess, to me is the last 3 projects that I have been involved with have all come from Fremont County, and they've all been for water extensions, water increases for fire flows for commercial enterprises. But, and especially what I saw happen in Shoshone, this little bit of funds, because I think Shoshone had, they anticipated about 36,000. They had made investments in master plans, they'd made investments in land, but having that little bit of freedom of money that was theirs, it costs the average person about $80 a year to do this. And that was from the Fremont County website that said that. But they have been able to determine what they're going to invest in, and those pre-planning things and planning projects that they did help prepare them to move on. And it just really intriguing how that has presented itself in this case in Shoshone, and then in Lander, and how you will see it come out in Hudson. I am very impressed with how these people have really sat down, talked to one another, and made that effort forward, and not for a lot of funds, but ones that they are that they can self-direct. With that, I will end my presentation and take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Elena. Any questions for Elena?
Elena, I have a question. With the Jonah Field being not viable, not as viable anymore, have you seen a lot of the people that are moving into Pinedale? Are they, and you said a lot of second home people, but have a lot of people from the Jonah Field stayed there and tried to find other jobs? What's your perception about that?
And thanks, Madam Chairman, Kathy. I can't even remember what else. If you look at the population of Sublette County, no, they have not stayed. And that is the one I can track, is their population. And the rest is just my experience. It seems like I have family that lives in the Pinedale area, and I have looked at properties around, and you'll not see a lot of tracks and no tracks in some of those homes because they're not being utilized right now. So my experience, that's all I can tell you, is just my experience, is that these are second homes. You'll look on VRBO, and for instance, they're open up in the 9 cold months of the year, but they're pretty tight in the warm 3 months that we have. So there's another experiential thing that will show you that these look like they're second homes.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions for Elena? Kathy, I'm so jealous because you always ask the best questions too. You honestly do. You are the world's best listener. Okay, thank you, Elena.
Thanks, Elena. I've got a similar message actually that I'm going to share with you all today. So hello, Kristen Fong, calling you from Cody. I'm the Northwest Regional Director with the Business Council. So I represent the Bighorn, Hot Springs, Park, and Washakie counties. And wanted to just report today on the progress that my region is making beyond simply that survive mode, but toward thriving. And, you know, and looking at opportunities especially. So, you know, although retailers in the region reported positive holiday season sales, the staffing shortage in the service industry is still a really huge concern, and coupled with the lack of affordable and available housing. So that's where I think Elena and I are somewhat similar in our regions is, you know, that is a huge concern for the region. I stay in regular contact with my communities through at least once a month check-ins, and oftentimes more frequently, weekly or daily as projects are coming down the pipeline. And, you know, several of our local Chamber of Commerce directors from Thermopolis to Ten Sleep have reported new businesses opening, both in BRC financed industrial parks and in downtown areas. Matitsi has reinvested time and energy in their strategic doing reports or in their strategic doing projects. So that had initially been on hold as the pandemic was starting and is now coming back to life, which I'm really happy to see. Grable and Lovell have expressed an interest in doing a strategic doing process as well. And Basin has asked to have a facilitated grant writing and research workshop, which I think is really interesting. Additionally, my attendance at SHOT Show this past January brought me in contact with several other businesses in the region, and I was able to support them with Brandon's help and Wendy's help on accessing STEP funds to support their travel and their attendance at the conference. So this kind of momentum based on new businesses opening, contact with businesses and business owners, and then especially relationships that I've been building with chambers and with other community leaders. It speaks really to me about the energy and the commitment that locals have to their own communities. And so, you know, to rewind a bit, and the opportunity that I, you know, would like to share with you all today is that my role is really to be a resource for the communities that I represent, both as a local, right, but also as, you know, the representative to the state and to Cheyenne about what's going on in the region. So in order to be that resource for my communities, I try to stay really in close contact with them, communicate with them, keep apprised of all of the issues that are going to impact the economy and impact growth. And so in order to navigate each community, it's almost like each individual community has its own identity and has its own economic kind of drivers. And I'm kind of that support person that can help foster or facilitate change and growth. A lot of folks have expressed to me in similar wording to this, but if we don't change, we die, or if we don't grow, we're dying. And so that's something that's really speaks to me, is that not only do they have the energy and the excitement and the enthusiasm to find capacity to help their community grow in times of major change, but they want to see it grow, they want to see it change, they want to see it thrive. So you've now all seen Josh's beautiful triangle, which I had only seen once before, a couple times before, I would say, but as like a drawing. So if we're looking at the triangle that was so beautifully presented in the PowerPoint, our small town partners, our local economic development organizations and our chambers, they're the base of that triangle. They're the foundation that we're building upon, so that we don't die, right? So that we can thrive. So something that I really wanted to share and an opportunity that we can build upon and leverage, I think, is a recent increase in collaboration between communities. So it might just be something that I'm more recently beginning to understand as I get my boots on the ground, literally. But it seems to me that even on like a monthly Bighorn Basin Zoom call, I've seen more interaction between communities, more evidence of collaboration. One community will call another and share not only resources, but share conversation, share dialogue on what has worked for them and what might work elsewhere. So an example that I see that's really successful already at doing this is the outdoor recreation collaboratives. There's a Park County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative, PCORC, if you will, and the Bighorn Basin Outdoor Recreation Collaborative as well. And I've been invited to attend some of those. And what's really interesting is that there are stakeholders present from all different backgrounds, all different career paths, all with a vested interest in, you know, a certain theme, a certain area. And that's exactly what our local economic development organizations are. And if they don't, if the community doesn't have a local economic development organization, it's usually like a city employee or a town administrator that has taken it upon themselves to help foster that economic growth. So, you know, I guess I'm curious, and I would pose the question, you know, what happens if we open up dialogue between communities even more? What happens if we take that opportunity to collaborate with each other and share resources across county lines or across, you know, the entire state, right? And I think that's what the Business Council can do very, really well. But I'm wondering if we can formalize it and turn it into a system, turn it into a process. So I think that's the challenge that I see, the opportunity that I see going forward is, you know, can we make a step-by-step process that will help, especially some of the smaller communities up in my region, you know, funnel their energy and streamline their efforts in order to grow systematically. So instead of just racing after opportunity, we can take this systematic approach. And I think that that's how we're going to see that momentum continue. So I guess, again, just to remind you all of the people that are behind all of this growth. I've got a Chamber of Commerce director in my region who's recently received an IOM certification, Institute of Organizational Management certification. There's a housing committee that was developed in Cody with a few major community leaders, almost, you know, trying to just band together and to work towards a solution. And like a local basin newspaper reporter and chamber director was just appointed to the SPCR by Governor Gordon. And so there's really amazing things happening. And it's all coming because of the incredible people, individuals that support their communities. So anyway, if anybody has any questions, Madam Co-Chair or the board members, let me know.
Thank you very much, Kristen. You would never know that you happen to be up there in the same area as our communications guru. Quick. A lot of that centered on communications.
Yes, very much so.
Any questions for Kristen? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm last, so I hope I do well. They all did really well in front of me, so here we go. Really, thank you so much for having me today. I am so excited that I get to spend a little bit of time talking to you about some of the opportunities that I see in my 3 counties. My name is Kylie Ingersoll. I'm the Southwest Regional Director for the Wyoming Business Council, and I cover Lincoln, Uinta, and Sweetwater counties. I am sorry I'm not able to be there in person, but I really am happy to give you some update from this side of the state. When I looked at the state strategic plan, I'm really lucky and grateful to let you guys know and be a part of a lot of those industries that are really flourishing in my region. they're looking to expand, flourish, or start, really. Just the other day, I was on a variety of meetings with businesses and communities that included meat processing, nuclear development, data centers, carbon sequestration, manufacturing, and healthcare. So overall, I'm really trying to learn a lot about a lot of different industries, but I think that in all of those, they provide a lot of opportunities for the region, and I see a lot of positive growth. There are 3 unique experiences or opportunities that I do want to talk to you about in each of my counties. And I'm going to start with Lincoln County. I don't think it would be fair to not mention the nuclear plant that was announced in that region and consider it a massive opportunity. Since that announcement, I think there's been an abundance of hope and positive energy in the Southwest region. And I've been working with both the community and the companies to do my part to help that project be successful. I've been in a variety of meetings and attended the vendor day with Bechtel and TerraPower. After those, I have gotten a lot of contacts from local businesses, both statewide and locally, who are looking to expand their services and bring them directly to that community. I think this, for the state of Wyoming, is a great opportunity to help bring a new industry and have businesses learn new technologies for that project. The community itself is really helping to focus. The project is helping the community really focus their priorities and look at planning for the future so that they can be ready when that project really ramps up. I think this opportunity that was presented to in the state of Wyoming is really a good way to help businesses look beyond what's there right now and find new ways to help provide services to that industry. My next opportunity the next opportunity that I see or want to highlight today is in Sweetwater County. There is a Western Wyoming Community College is really helping to collaborate with the industry and partners in that area and brings a workforce training opportunity or the Power Line program to Sweetwater County. And that program, it's going to start this fall. It's the only one in the state. And it was really a collaboration between the industry that said there was a workforce shortage and the community college that said we can provide that training. After the training, the employment opportunities are available with rural electric cooperatives, municipal and private utility companies, private contractors, and so many others. I think it's a really good example of how showing a problem or a challenge in the community and working together can really provide a good product at the end of that. And then the third opportunity I want to talk to you about, and Elena mentioned it briefly, so you have heard a little bit about it, but is in Evanston, and it's called Jumpstart Evanston, but it ties in with a statewide initiative called Impact 307. And Jumpstart Evanston is an entrepreneurship program. It's free, and it's 7 classes that talk about a business concept like accounting or legal issues for each of the 7, and then has a pitch competition at the end. This program was modified or based off of one in Alpine called Jumpstart. I have lost that. I'm so sorry, but it is in Alpine and also in Pinedale, I believe. I don't know if those 2 programs are still moving, but just so you know, it was a shared service. Jumpstart Evanston reached out to those 2 communities and asked for help, and they provided the baseline, and I think that was really important. the 7 business classes then go to a pitch day. The pitch day for Jumpstart Evanston is based solely off donations from local businesses. So there is a prize at the end, but any business who wants to compete can put in a business plan, and then locals decide, for a little startup funding. In that, I think it really promotes the entrepreneurship in our areas, and Impact 307 is coming to both Evanston and Rock Springs this year, and it will also help to bring entrepreneurship, mentoring, and business help to those areas. I think that there are great opportunities for small businesses and startup businesses to get extra resources or expertise that they may not have, and I think it's a really good program or opportunity for the 2 counties, both Sweetwater and Uinta. I think that if you look at the state of Wyoming, we're built on small businesses. And so I think having those opportunities statewide are a really good thing. Those were my 3 opportunities that I thought of. There's much more going on in the 3 counties, but similar to Kim, not all of it is public yet. I want you to know that I think there's a lot of positive energy in my region. I think there's a lot of momentum. I think that location is great because we're really close to Salt Lake City and that area as well. We're also on the interstate, which helps. I think a lot of opportunities exist, and I think they'll continue to grow. Workforce and housing are 2 of the things I see as challenges and are brought up constantly. But I think with collaborative efforts, everything can be overcome. There are a lot of inquiries about industries and new opportunities in the area, but again, none are ready for prime time just yet. I just wanted to give you a brief undercurrent of activity that is happening, and I want you to know that I do think the future looks bright. Thank you so much for your time today. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Kylie. I think you exude the positive mojo that's happening up there. Any questions for Kylie?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I went to the county commissioner meeting that they're having here, the legislative meeting, and the Wyoming Business Council was shouted out by Natrium, the Terra Power company, as being a big help. So I think I thought it was awesome.
That is collaboration at its finest. And I love to hear what the community college is doing to step up on workforce. That's historically how our community colleges really step in and make a big, significant difference for us in the state. And it's awesome to see them stepping up even higher. Thanks, Kylie. Okay, I think that wraps up all of our regional reports. So now we're going to go to the Investment Standing Committee, and Mr. Coyne, it's all yours.
Great, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. We're going to have a couple people up today. We certainly want to acknowledge, I think this is the first live meeting that we've had with Julie not being part, but in that, a great congratulations to Bert taking over the role, and we're excited to see what he can do with it as we move forward into the future. And with that, just to start this thing out, we're going to do an introduction on the SSBCI and all the work that you've been doing on that front.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chairman. Yeah, I'll do a quick, really brief introduction. And as the committee chairman said, I'm taking over on the investments team as investments director, and as Hava mentioned, was previously on the entrepreneurial services manager. So I'll have a different slant as I look at things. We'll jump into the State Small Business Credit Initiative, or SSBCI. To start with, it's a fantastic opportunity for Wyoming to invest The allocation that we have right now is $58.4 million to invest in small businesses in Wyoming. And a little history on the SSBCI program. This isn't the first iteration. The first iteration happened in 2010. It ran from 2011 to 2017. Wyoming as a state did not apply. Laramie led that application with 15 other municipalities, and this is the 2.0 version. This one was refunded through the American Rescue Plan Act. That original allocation, the 1.0, was $13.2 million. And that's what created the Wyoming Smart Capital Network. And they were the ones that managed that first allocation. They're very similar in that we can have 4 different methods of distribution from the debt side. And then we could also do venture capital in both SSBCI 1.0 and 2.0. This is a non-competitive application, so Treasury set this money aside for Wyoming. We started the process of learning about SSBCI in April of last year and submitted a notice of intent to apply as a state in May, and then did an RFI in June. We submitted our initiated application, getting governor's approval and all the different steps in December, and then just finished our final application and submitted that on February 11th. The original plan for these dollars was to use debt and to we collateral support and loan participation. And Justin worked with me on this program to learn it and to get our application in. And we were going to use the debt side of it to turn the money quickly. It's a 9-year program, and we wanted to use debt to get that money moving and then use those proceeds from collateral support and loan participation to grow the equity side. About a week and a half before our application was due, we were talking to Treasury. We had a couple calls before that. Like, all right, here's our plan. It's the same plan we've talked about the last 3 times. And they said, oh, well, you can't have an application program and grant money to debt partners. So we had a little bit of a panic attack right there. We're like, okay, so now we have to change. A little bit of a crossroads. They told us we could grant the money to a debt partner if they were part of the application and all their financials and everything, or we had to loan them that money. And when we were talking to debt partners, it was 10-year loans. So we wouldn't be able to use those proceeds to grow equity. So Ms. Fitzgerald, our Chief Strategy Officer, did a really great job of asking us, well, why are we doing the program? What problem are we trying to solve? What are we going to do with this money? How do we look at it differently? And we came back to the problem that we originally stated, which was the #1 thing we were looking at to do with this, is to help Wyoming-based entrepreneurs have better access to equity funding for their businesses, for those high-growth businesses. It's not just dollars, right? Because there's probably more dry powder, as you would say, out there right now, but it's dollars that will help support them to stay in Wyoming. So we decided to look at this and say, all right, we need a little bit of a different plan. We won't be able to use debt as we originally intended. So we took this opportunity to focus. The one problem we were trying to solve was the equity problem. And with that focus, we thought we could make the most impact by using the opportunity to invest all $58.4 million into venture capital. So that was the new plan. Like I said, we finished the application and submitted it with that as our current application on February 11th. The 2 parts that we're going to use on venture capital that we submitted in our application target 2 distinct funding gaps that we see. The first one is in that pre-seed seed area of funding for these high growth entrepreneurs. We only have 2 funds in the state of Wyoming right now that are supporting these high growth entrepreneurs. And so in order to help with that, the first gap, we're looking to fund additional funds. So kind of a fund of funds model, but we would help start more funds in the state. Being able to go in on those investments and come in before the first close of that fund and get more capital moving through the state. The second gap that we saw was Right after that pre-seed seed, you get to late seed, Series A, Series B investments, and they go up pretty quick in dollar amounts, right? So we're talking somewhere between 5, 10, maybe $20 million funding rounds for these startups. And our current funds don't have the check size to support those rounds. So it's still before they probably get to the place where they're going to coastal capital. And so the next opportunity that we're going to use this for is a direct co-investment, allowing us, if a business comes and they have a lead investor in place and they have the due diligence done, that we can come in as a co-investor on those larger rounds to help close those rounds and get them back to growing their business. We feel really confident in this. We originally allocated 25 to 30 million for venture in our plans. Now we're shifting to 58.4 for the whole allocation. One of the reasons I think we're maybe a little more bullish on the way we can invest these funds in venture capital is recent PitchBook data. So 2020 PitchBook data shows that in Wyoming, there was 29 deals that happened for a total venture capital of $26.68 million. So not as much as you might hope. The good news though was in 2021, the deal count doubled to 56 deals for total capital of $162.89 million. So we have 9 years to invest the 58.6 million into venture capital. And at that growth rate, we feel really confident that we can do that and make strong investments for the state and in our Wyoming businesses. I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have on the state small business credit initiative.
I'll just make one comment through this. These guys really need to be commended from the board side of the equation. And we got a massive curveball on midnight hour with how this thing funded out, and they were able to pivot quickly, put a plan into play and still deliver the application on time. And so I certainly want to give kudos to that moment. So
thank you.
Any other questions?
So I just have a quick question, John. So the co-investment, is that like a sidecar? Would you be co-investment with a fund going in on a deal? Or would you be co-investment direct with that company that's doing the capital?
So, Madam Co-Chair, we have a couple options with that. We didn't directly specify in our application, but we could do a sidecar and have it managed. The caveat to that is the same caveat we had with the debt equation, is we have to make investments and they have to be on our books. We can't grant money to any entity to manage it and make decisions on our behalf.
Okay. My only other question is Kinsler listening? He
Chuck,
has to
I
be
see you have a
excited.
question. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yes, John, and maybe you and Kim could put on your banker hats just a minute, but is the presumption that these funds are going to be made available to businesses that don't have access to traditional bank funding? I don't think I quite understand.
So, yep, Mr. Brown, I think it's not traditional businesses. These are high growth businesses that are looking for equity funding. So it's not debt. It's not a debt side of the equation. It would be on the equity side where they're looking to get investors to buy a portion of their business to help them scale quickly.
I think my question is still the same. Are we saying that we are going to be able to provide these funds to businesses that don't or would not have, or entrepreneurs or investors that would not have access to traditional bank funding?
Mr. Brown, I think the way I would frame it is most high growth entrepreneurs don't look for traditional bank funding. They look for venture capital. And so It will be to businesses that don't otherwise have access because we only have 2 funds in the state right now. So getting access to that capital is a challenge. Does that help?
I may jump in on this if I may a little bit, try to answer your question, Chuck, is I see this as 2 different tracks for the opportunity to grow a business through Wyoming. You have your traditional bank funding. Really, this isn't trying to compete on that on any levels. This is a new line of funding that comes through this Treasury Department allocation that will provide people who are looking for equity or additional cash needs to help fund that opportunity for that business to maybe grow or scale, and at some point may convert or change into what is more of a traditional model. But this really helps with some of those initial startup moments through that process. I think that's where these funds are going to fill a critical role that doesn't necessarily exist outside of private individuals making those investments. This would be more of a collaborative or a funds of funds effort to provide that funding coming forward. That
Thank you.
answer your question?
It can be a slippery slope, and I just want to make certain in my mind that we're not traditional. Thank you.
Well, and if I might add, and John says it very eloquently, bankers aren't super excited about funding startups. I mean, that's normally the challenge. The people that are going out for VC capital are those folks who don't have cash flow yet. They need to go to market. They haven't generated customers yet. They don't have historical information. And as Aaron so eloquently said a moment ago, they don't have any collateral. So, and they also don't necessarily have the ability to repay yet because they don't have cash flow. So this is a capital injection that will get them there. And then naturally, as all entrepreneurs do, they will step away from that capital generation area and they will go to traditional bank financing because they don't have to give up any ownership to do it. It's no longer dilutive, and it's just once they're strong enough, they will, I don't want to say graduate because they're not children, but they will move on to banks. So it's definitely not a challenge in the banking industry.
Yeah, thank you. I know we have a couple more questions. Pam, I know you're on, but Cindy jumped in front of you here, so we're going to hand it to Cindy first, and then I'll come back to you.
It seems like when you say 58.4 million, it seems like a lot of money, but over a 9-year period of time, that's only 6.8 million a year. So how many businesses are you kind of thinking in the back of your mind you're going to be able to help?
That's a great question. Ms. Johnson, I think a lot of businesses, specifically because the first gap that we talked about was that pre-seed seed. So funding a fund that then can have a portfolio of 10 to 15 businesses. So we think we can do around 8 funds. So talking about 80 businesses there. And then on the direct side, we'll probably be writing bigger checks for that. And so I think we calculated 10 to 15 businesses on the direct side.
Yep. Pam, go ahead with your question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Sub-Chair, Chair. This is for Bert. Are the requirements for the application, I know you had some changes at the last hour, but are the requirements for the application going to change much from the first round?
Ms. Thayer, could you ask that a different way? The requirements for what application?
When the for application for the money, not our application, but actually the business application. I know there was in one of your presentations, there was some talk that they might change the rules.
Yeah, the application that we still have to develop at the Business Council for someone to apply for funds from us, that hasn't changed. so far. Right now, we're still, I mean, Treasury guidance is dictating that we still have a certain amount of questions we'll have to answer with them. But we haven't seen any changes to that application that we're still working to design.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Bert on this matter? All right, with that, we will move.
Mr.
Oh,
Co-Chair.
yes, Erin.
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's a lot of logistics in this, right, that are still to be worked out, and there's a lot of details, but I think, you know, as a board, this is something that we had on the docket for a couple of years now, that we've really been talking about, how do we make this happen? And so as Josh says in his presentation, and it's gotten repeated multiple times today, with the ARPA funding, we're getting opportunities that we've wanted and never been able to see come to fruition. And so this is one of those that the board has had on a priority list for a while, to figure out how to get into the venture aspects of it and kind of fund this gap piece that's out there in the market, that other states have been very successful in this. And we just have not had as much success, although there are some people who, you know, Breakthrough 307 being one of them, who have really stuck their necks out to try and build this market in the state. And so I think this is super exciting that we have this opportunity, and much like the broadband opportunity that we got last year, and that it's looking like we're going to get again, this is a huge push to take our state leaping forward, where we've been trying to grasp, well, like, how can we get this to happen? So this is one of those big opportunities that came down with ARPA, that if we take advantage of it and do it really well, it can have some great impacts for our state. And so big kudos to the staff on this, and just definitely an amazing opportunity that we were really struggling to figure out how we were going to make happen. And luckily the feds just decided to dump some money in our laps and say, here, go for it. Yep.
Thank you, Erin. All right, Justin, do you want to share with us the quarterly loan challenge report?
Yes, I'd love to. So thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. For you today, I've got the quarterly challenge loan report. Really not a whole lot that's different this quarter versus last quarter. We kind of have the same borrowers that are on our past due list. We'll go through those individually, but then we'll get into the reserve and kind of the staff recommendation on this report. So getting right into it, we've had 3 past due borrowers as of December 31st, 2021. Starting off with Edward Lay, he was part of the Goshen County Economic Disaster Declaration. You guys have heard about him since I think I've started here at the Business Council, so you're pretty familiar with it. We do still continue to try and contact the borrower. I attempted to call him last month. His mailbox was full, so he couldn't even accept a voicemail. So we're gonna keep trying to get a hold of him. And currently he is past due $29,746.98. That is 2 annual payments plus our late charge. So his loan balance is $107,892. Next, we're moving on to Ryan Riggs. He is also part of the Goshen County Economic Disaster Declaration. Similar song and dance with him as well. I did also try and contact him last month, and he didn't even have his voice mailbox set up. So just not really having much luck getting a hold of these guys, but we will continue to try and contact them, possibly even make some site visits as well. He is past due $38,599.49. He is also 2 annual payments plus a late charge late. The loan balance on that one is $140,000. Moving on to number 3, Cody Easom. He was part of the Wyoming Sugar Economic Disaster Declaration. Josh Keefe actually did a physical visit with him last year, but he has not made a payment since then, and we haven't heard from him either. So I did try and make a call, left him a voicemail, haven't heard anything back. His amount past due is $21,479.65, and his loan balance is $64,067. I don't remember who it was on our committee call, but we are kind of considering maybe using a collection agency to kind of better our efforts getting this money back. I think we really need to explore maybe the cost benefit of that, and if it's really worth maybe the cost for what we might get out of that. But we also need to talk to the AG's office, see if that's even possible, and maybe even talk to some local banks and see who they're using or if they're doing that in-house. But just some things to explore, and I think it'd be nice to get these guys off our list. You're probably tired of hearing from me saying the same thing over and over, so we're going to try and do our best to get this money back from these guys. But moving on next, if you guys don't have any questions regarding that, to our loan loss reserve, we do have an adequate reserve with a balance of $1,607,023. And I do see a typo there, so I apologize. That is not $1,607, but the allocation does include a full reserve for the 3 past due payments that we just talked about: Cody Easom, Edward Lay, and Ryan Riggs. The resulting available fund balance in the Economic Development Fund is $7,489,769. We don't have any charge-off balances to discuss, nor any other news at this time. So I would recommend acceptance of this report and stand for any questions.
Any questions from the greater board on the challenge loan report? With no questions, can I get a motion to accept the challenge loan report as it stands? Looks like we have a
So
motion
moved.
from Kathy and a second from Chuck. Is that correct? All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. Any opposed? Same side. Motion carried. Thank you, Justin, for that work. Looks like we got an update on the Town of Alpine project from John.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. Yeah, this is an update for the Alpine pretreatment project. It's, if you recall, December 9th board meeting, we went over this project. We had sent them a notice of cancellation, and they responded, gave us a lot of information, but we needed some more. So we came to you as a board to ask for your support to go further and analyze the information and ask for more, and then come to a recommendation, or come to the committee with a recommendation. Alpine did all we asked. They provided everything we needed. And as a staff, we felt that the project could continue, and look to the board for your support to consider that. What we are asking is that the town of Alpine start construction within 6 months, or the funding will go away. But we're asking that you would allow us to, the grant agreement is ready to go. We just, and ready for final signatures. So we're asking that you would allow that to go forward. Thank you.
John, I have one maybe point of clarification or question embedded in that. One of the things we talked about was the concern of the timing of the project originally starting, and then kind of coming forward with the escalation of costs. Obviously, the presentation that was submitted shows those cost increases. They've kind of gone back out, rebid that, and that understanding is embedded in this. And are we looking to fund those additional increases, or are those on them?
No, so the funding hasn't changed, Mr. Committee Chair. As far as what we have awarded, it's awarded, and the additional costs that have come from the delay is something that they understand that they have to cover those and have that in place.
Great. I think that's just really important for this group to understand as we take consideration of this project. So thank you for that.
And Mr. Committee Chair, John, if I may, John, this topic was also discussed in January with the Investments Committee as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it was. And the committee did act on it, but according to process and that, the board has to do that as well.
Yeah, and just as further clarification for the board, what we're doing is while the Investments Committee did discuss it, we do want to bring it back to the public forum. So we have public tracking of the decision that's being made and what we're doing with this project.
Kathy, I see you have a question.
I have a couple questions. So John, one of the repeated concerns was the communication concern. Have you folks worked that out with the town of Alpine? And what was the reasoning behind that? I found that concerning when I was reading the information.
Absolutely. And that's why we followed up, and they have been very responsive to this point. They have partnered with Melvin, and they have showed us that this is very important to them. And I can't speak to what happened before that a lot, because that was before my time a little bit. But as of now, they've been very responsive and are working with us and working together. So.
Okay. Another question I have is when this started and they were using a particular kind of flow, something to flow the sludge through apparently, and they have changed that, which has added additional cost. But they said the first kind wouldn't work because of it was too cold in Alpine. I guess the original engineering situation didn't take that into account. And now they're using a new flow system. Is that going to work in the winters of Alpine?
So the biggest piece to this new plan is that the tanks are actually going to be under one roof. It's all going to be under one roof. So they're putting the tanks underground to where the weather won't be an issue. Whereas before they were going to be outside. So there was going to be that issue of freezing and things like that they would have to mitigate. But now with this, that helps mitigate the freezing issue, helps put it all under one roof. So the building's footprint's the footprint of the actual facility is smaller. But yeah, it's cost more as well though.
Okay, all right. I just wondered if they had because I saw where it was built in Colorado and I thought Alpine is a lot higher than where they're having it built. I don't know. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Eric?
Yeah, thank you. I see we have 6 months to, like you mentioned, to start construction. Do you feel we have a common understanding of what that means?
So
is that just moving dirt around, or what is
yeah, so we've defined that as accepting a bid or awarding a bid, sorry. So, sometimes, of course, construction can be complicated. So we've asked that a bid has been awarded to be considered starting construction.
Okay, thanks. And then once they do that, what's the anticipated timeline?
Well, we'll see when they start, of course, but yeah, we're going to monitor it very closely and make sure things are progressing. But I've spoke with a lot of individuals and there's a lot of people involved, and this is an important project, Alpine. So I have no concerns with it getting done.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? And the recommendation from committee was?
Yeah, to move forward with the grant agreement. Yes.
No, thank you. With that, again, trying to get it back into the public forum here. We've got this as an action item. And so with that, is there a motion to accept the changes embedded with the original approval and the contract coming forward?
So moved.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second from Kathy. Motion by Aaron. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carried. Looks like John, you're up again for the review of the BRC budget and allocation plan and the presentations from the 4 things that were here. And Noelle, I'm assuming you're going to help with this too, right?
Yeah, I will take this on. Thank
Okay,
you, Mr.
perfect.
Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair. And Ben, could you pull up that PowerPoint, start on slide 4, please? So thank you all for your time today. I'll be walking you through the BRC funding allocation plan really quick, and then we have 4 projects for your consideration today. So for this quarter, we have about $15.5 million remaining in the BRC account. And then we received the 4 applications, 3 planning and 1 community readiness, totaling less than $1 million in requests for this go around. The total request for the 4 projects is $977,855. Yeah, Ben, can you? Yeah, he's working on it. I'll give him just a second so you can look at those numbers. So yeah, so about $15.6 million left. And then we have $977,000 in requests. The next slide, Ben. So the first project I will discuss is the City of Lander. The City of Lander is requesting $889,105 in community readiness grant to develop a 3.94 acre site, which will house a future assisted living and memory care facility. The proposed location is 1400 Bishop Randall Drive, which is located between the Sage West Hospital and the Lander Golf Course. This site is city-owned and requires water, sewer, street upgrades, phase 3 power, fiber conduit, and natural gas to be shovel-ready. You want to go to that? Yeah. So there's a picture of it. To the south of that, that's the hospital, and then the kind of triangle there is what they're proposing. And then above it, the north side is the golf course. Some of that land that's between the hospital and the golf course, it's not developable. It'll always just kind of be that way. So this is about the only type of development that they can do up in that area. Next slide, Ben. Funds from the BRC grant will be used to leverage a 13.1 million USDA grant loan application for the actual construction of the new healthcare facility. What they're asking for with the BRC grant is just the infrastructure to be placed to the facility. The 13.1 million grant loan application to what we're doing is about a 15-to-1 BRC dollars leverage with that follow-on capital. The Table Mountain Living Community Facility will be owned by the City of Lander, designed, built by a private firm, and operated by a management company through a separate public-private partnership. Do you want to go to the next slide, Ben? The Lander Housing Authority will be the manager, and a private entity, Vetter Senior Living, will be the operator. A little more about the facility. The Table Mountain Living Community will house 24 assisted living beds and 14 memory care rooms. It is expected to be ready for residents in the fall of 2023 and is anticipated to create 20 to 25 new jobs. Next slide. The need for this project was well established. This project began 5 years ago when the need for an assisted living facility was identified by community members. The city then created an assisted living task force to determine the viability of developing a new facility in Lander. And then the city and the housing authority then completed a market demand and feasibility study that showed there was a need for 24 additional assisted living beds and 12 memory care beds. The community also completed extensive research and due diligence for this project. In addition to the market and feasibility study, the housing authority vetted 22 private and public sites to determine the best location for this type of facility. They also spoke with the local healthcare providers. All of the healthcare providers support the new facility and agree that it will fill a void and offer that full continuum of care that the community is seeking and feels that they don't have right now, that's a void is of that full continuum of care. There are several letters of support as well as some newspaper articles about this project in your board packet starting on page 44. Additionally, expansion and improvements of local public infrastructure. This project will expand public infrastructure to the site, and that includes water, sewer, street upgrades, phase 3 power, fiber conduit, and natural gas. And the fiber conduit will actually also help the Sage West Hospital to increase their security for those confidential medical data. Next one. Oh, no, sorry, go back one, sorry. State considerations. The project does leverage 15-1 and follow-on capital with the 13.1 million grant loan combination to the USDA for the facility. It encourages further advancement of the healthcare ecosystem for the region. It does this by adding opportunity for both new employment and expanded education. They've already had some conversations with a CWC nursing program of how to expand that and to grow from within to create that workforce. As well as expanding their local healthcare cluster. As stated before, they've talked with other healthcare providers in the area. They're all on board. They feel like this will fill that void of that continuum of care, as well as advance the technology for the Sage West Hospital. And there's good strategy alignment, not only with the state economic development strategy, but with other strategies. Fremont County was identified by both Endow and the Next Generation Sector Partnership Initiative to have high potential to expand their local economy in the healthcare sector. So next slide. So the Business Council staff does recommend funding as requested. We do have a couple contingencies in place for this recommendation. The first is receiving a letter of intent for full funding of actual facility construction from the USDA or another financing institution. And if the building and site are leased or sold to a private entity, then a revenue recapture agreement would have to be executed. One note on the letter of intent for the USDA or other financing institution. I spoke with the community yesterday and they were hoping that we could change the wording from a letter of intent to acknowledgement from the USDA that Lander pre-application has been approved for a full application. This just kind of goes with the USDA process. Right now, they're in the pre-application phase, and then it goes to an application phase. And Lander was concerned that if we waited to do a letter of intent, it could be 6 to 9 months from now, and then they would miss out on this construction season and have to wait until next construction season to actually put the infrastructure in place. This was from conversations that she had with her USDA rep on how their process works and what type of information they're willing to give a state. But they were willing to say that that Lander pre-application has been approved for a full application for this type of contingency. And Regine Strube-Frost-Fossen with the city of Lander is here in the audience, and she can speak to that a little bit more if you have any other questions on that. But that's the end of that project's overview. Happy to answer any questions. And I know Regine would be happy to answer questions as well.
I know we have a couple questions that are going to come on, but certainly want to give the representative a chance to speak on behalf of the project. And so if you are out there, welcome. That works great. If you don't mind sharing who you are and where you're at with this project, that would be great.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Lander is really excited after a 5-year prep period to get this on the ground, so to speak. So we appreciate everything that you guys have done for us. Something Elena said really struck me. Fremont County's population doesn't change. So we don't have a lot of turnover in workforce. We don't have a lot of turnover in housing. So it's really wonderful that the current mayor and council are looking towards economic development projects that will create jobs that spans that whole, everything from a janitorial to a healthcare professional. So I'm really happy that the council is doing that. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I did have those conversations with USDA, and that is what Noel was referring to.
Well, and I maybe would like to start with a question there if I can. Obviously, the intent of our original recommendation, making it contingent upon the USDA funding, was that we didn't put infrastructure in and then find that project wouldn't come to bear. I recognize that may be the language coming from the USDA, but what does that tell you from your perspective as far as the assurances that application will ultimately be accepted and turn into a project for you guys?
One of the things that USDA has mentioned is that because of the level of funding, this is a $13 to $15 million program, and it has to go past the state to the national level. That's where they're saying the time frame might not match up with this time frame, and we were worried that we wouldn't be able to start the infrastructure. All indications are at the state level that it is a good project, but they can't guarantee what the federal level is going to say.
No, I appreciate that. Go ahead, Amy.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Mr. Committee Chair. For purposes of the public record, can you please state your name and your location and who you're with?
I apologize. Regine Struby-Fossen, Assistant Mayor, City of Lander. I'm also a member of the Housing Authority Board.
Thank you. Other questions from the group at this stage? Kathy?
Hi, I met you in Lander and I was really impressed with this project, but is the city intending on keeping this the housing for a long time? What are the plans? How is the city going to maintain it? And are they going to be in charge of the workforce? What's going to happen?
I appreciate that question. Thank you. So the city came to this not as a forthright decision, but over 5 years of planning. The the Assisted Living Task Force presented nonprofit models, for-profit models, and public-private partnerships. We did a lot of due diligence, and we tried to have, we actually solicited and toured for developer operators. None of them took for various reasons. And that's when we went to the council and we said, if this was a city-owned project, then we could find the financial backing and we could get this off the ground for our community. So this mayor and council did say that it could be a city-owned facility. That is right now and intended to be in perpetuity.
Okay.
They made a resolution where the housing authority would have expanded duties so that they could run a assisted living care and memory care. And then they also, the Housing Authority Board changed their bylaws so that they would have medical professionals on their board. So, so far, everything indicates that it would be a long-term arrangement.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions at this stage? Ms. DeVore?
Okay, couple questions. I know that's a shocker. Whenever we get to these, I have more questions than Kathy. So for a city-owned facility, I would assume you're going to look for a management company to manage the facility for you. Have you had interest from anyone yet?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. DeVore. We have actually already selected a management company. It is Better Senior Living. And that was a public request for proposals vetted to the Housing Authority Board, and they have been selected to be our operator.
Okay, wonderful. That's a good thing. This may be a question for Noel or either way, but I know you mentioned both in committee and today in the presentation that this particular piece of land cannot really be used for anything else. So am I interpreting the request for the contingency? Is the intent of Lander to go ahead and put in this infrastructure prior to approval from USDA to build?
That is our intent, yes. In the 1980s, this land was, I'll call it tagged for medical operations. And that is when we've signed a long-term lease with the current hospital that is there. And it resides between the hospital and the golf course. There are portions of the land that are undevelopable because of the steep grade. I say undevelopable, but I guess it's only money, right? So, but it was always intended since the 1980s to have this be an expansion of medical opportunity and healthcare in Fremont County. So this is a great, again, Noel mentioned that we vetted 22 sites. This just happened to be one of them that stood out as a best location for this facility.
So then what is plan B if you don't receive USDA approval?
Plan B is to go forward with additional funding requests from other agencies. There are still a lot of funding out there right now, as everybody knows, with the infrastructure bills coming down. We could go federal funding through another route. We could come back to the Business Council for a committed project. The current Housing Authority Board is already in a 40-year project with senior and disabled housing with USDA. So that was their preferred route for their first try.
Okay, thank you. Oh, no, lied. One more question, sorry. How would you feel how far behind on the timeline of this project? Maybe that's a better question. If we were to make this contingent on USDA approval?
And
How far
USDA approval, or thank you, or additional funding should that not come through. So with the USDA funding, even with approval contingent like it was originally written, I anticipate it to be 1 year behind what we were thinking. So I noticed the board said that it would be occupiable in the fall of 23. So it would be occupiable in the fall and winter of 24.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'm done.
Well, that's great. Any other questions from the greater board? All right. I think at this stage, unless anything else, we'll move on to the next project. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your
comments.
consideration.
Thanks for being here. Probably just to note for everybody real quick, there's tons of public support in the board packet for this project. Certainly want to provide consideration to that, given that, you know, we spent some time earlier talking about how important that public comment was. So. Well.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Our next project comes from the City of Newcastle. The City of Newcastle requests an $18,750 planning grant to determine the feasibility of a public gathering space called Heritage Park. Heritage Park will host activities such as the local farmers market, community events, and be a home for a veterans memorial. The proposed site is located at 1401 Washington Boulevard, which is at the intersections of Highways 16 and 85. And you can see it there on the picture where the proposed site is. The community envisions that this location will be a welcoming stop for travelers and further attract visitors into their downtown area. The site is currently undeveloped and will be donated to the city by Pinnacle Bank if the planning grant is approved. And the site is valued at approximately $250,000. The community is dedicated to raise funds needed for the project completion through local sponsorships and other grant opportunities. The City of Newcastle has the funds to operate the site and will provide their public works staff to maintain the property. The community does have a history of completing projects utilizing community involvement and sponsorships, such as Stampede Street Historical Project, Project Play It Safe at Dow Park, the murals that they have downtown, railroad car planters, bike path, and improvements to the Weston County Fairgrounds. They have also already been researching potential funding sources to execute the plan. Some that they are looking at include specialty crop grants through the Department of Ag, City Council local funds, local corporate sponsorships, fundraisers, the Wyoming Conservation Fund, as well as the BRC Community Project Grant, what we used to call the enhancement grants. Some potential partners: Pinnacle Bank has committed to donating the land for the Heritage Park, which is leveraging BRC funds at a 13-to-1 ratio. Additionally, the Newcastle Veterans Memorial Group has already begun fundraising for the home of their memorial, and the University of Wyoming Extension Office sees an opportunity for the promotion of wellness and nutrition with a recreation area and an enhanced farmers market. Next slide. The needs for this project were identified by local citizens looking for a community gathering space for various activities, such as the farmers market, reunions, youth events, music and art events, things like that. Support for this project can be seen in letters starting on page 57 of your board materials. The city then, based on this community input, created a Heritage Park Committee, and they have been planning this for about 3 years. During this time, they looked at several different locations of where this would be the best place, and they determined this location based on traffic patterns, visibility, and community feedback. The proposed scope of work will consist of 3 primary components: existing infrastructure and operational assessment, public involvement, and a detailed cost analysis. Staff does recommend funding as requested. Just a note for the board, during the review and analysis process, the investments team did speak with the community about completing a full economic and community development plan and rolling this feasibility study into that plan. However, after discussions with the community, the timing right now is better to do the Heritage Park feasibility study. This is due in part to their budget and the required match amount, but also due just to the momentum that they have around the Heritage Park project. They have a lot of people that are interested in it, a lot of different partners. Pinnacle Bank is involved. And so the community really feels that the momentum right now is best for them to move forward with this Heritage Park feasibility study. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I think there are members of the community on the phone that can answer questions as well.
Yeah, let's go ahead and at this stage invite them to weigh in. For those that are on the phone, if you'd please state your name and who you are and how you're representing the community, that would be great. And I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Well, welcome from Newcastle. Can you hear us fine?
You sound great. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. My name is Dave Ehlers, and I am one of the members of the Heritage Park Task Force. Mayor Pam was here earlier. We're actually hosting Governor Gordon today. And so we have she had other duties to attend to, and she apologizes for not being here to discuss this with you guys. First, and we really wanted to thank the board of directors for considering this project. We're really excited about the possibilities that this project could bring to our community. And as mentioned, we strongly encourage that you read the various stakeholders' letters of support that we've gotten from the community. Notice all of the direct and indirect people and entities that this project would affect. The city of Newcastle and several key businesses in and around the Newcastle area are very committed to see this project succeed. And we look forward to reading the results of the proposed feasibility study. And the city has assured us certainly that they are in a position to fully support the findings and to dedicate whatever resources they have to their disposal of this project. We're here as a task force to answer any question that the board might have in regards to this. The one piece that we really want to stress, I guess, just being a business group, is the location that we have chosen for this particular project. Being in a corridor from that connects a major metropolitan area, being Denver, and to various vacation destinations throughout the Black Hills. We see thousands of vehicles drive by us every single day. And we at Newcastle have been sitting on our hands long enough. We need to find reasons for people to pause and stop at Newcastle. And we think that this project certainly is the start of that. And so with that, I'll turn it back to the board if they have any questions. So we'd be more than happy to ask.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else out there on public comment?
We do have other members of the board here with me.
And if they want to speak, that's great. Or if you just spoke for them, we're happy there too, whatever's best.
They're shy and they put me in front of the camera.
Well, I see a head nodding off to the side. So I think you covered that one well. Any questions from the greater board? Yes, Kathy.
I do have a couple questions. How was the $250,000 land donation determined? How was that price determined? And how big is it? I didn't see on here how big it was. Maybe I missed it.
The determination was based on an appraisal of land that had been purchased directly. Actually, it'll be in the backyard of Pinnacle Bank, kind of. It's of a block that Pinnacle Bank's shares, and so it was an open area that they had purchased. And so based on what they purchased that land for and the percentage of that, what was left, is how they come up with that evaluation. The amount of land for that, I believe, it's short of half a city block. I don't have the actual acreage. I apologize.
No, that's no problem. Do you have plans to put any buildings on it or anything like that in the future?
Well, certainly we have ideas and, but we need to, before we put the cart before the horse, we wanted to see what the dollars look like. The War Memorial certainly is a primary. We would also entertain an area for our specialty crops and our farmers markets. Possibly a splash pad, similar to what other communities have done. In addition to that, there is some talk about a possible structure that would house restrooms and again, just a place for travelers to be able to stop and enjoy themselves or families to have reunions and that type of thing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Tomasi. Anyone else questions from the greater board to Noel or to the group out of Newcastle? All right, thank you so much for your, oh, Pam, I understand you're out there on our board side, have a question?
No, I was just waiting until you were done with this project and then I was going to make a statement.
Fair enough, yeah. All right, I think we're good on the Newcastle project at this stage. Noel, you want to go into the next one? And Pam, maybe I'll trump this for you so you don't have to say it yourself, but I know you want to recuse yourself on this side of the equation for the planning grant that is in relationship to Rollins. If I misspoke for you, or if you had something else to add to that, you're welcome to jump in.
No, Mr. Subcommittee Co-Chair, I will be recusing myself for the discussion and the vote for the City of Rollins grant planning application.
Thank you, Ms. Thayer. We have that noted. Noel?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. The next project is from the City of Rollins. The City of Rollins is requesting a $50,000 planning grant to develop a 5-year economic plan for their community. This plan will outline the economic vision, mission, and goals of the community, outline economic strategies and specific actions to be taken, align with their 2021 City of Rollins strategic plan, and help citizens, businesses, and local partners to understand and work towards the economic priorities of the community. The city leadership has expressed interest in developing the economy of Rollins. They have created an economic development department and hired a team that will implement the strategies identified in the proposed plan. They have a new economic development director, their city manager, and city grant writer. Each of these individuals on this team will be integral to the completion and implementation of the economic development plan. The city completed a strategic plan in 2021 and did identify economic development as one of their top priorities. There is also opportunity for the community to capitalize on their geographical location. The I-80 business route goes directly through downtown Rollins, so there is potential to recruit more tourism traffic to the area. Finally, the last time the city went through an economic and community development planning process was 2012. So the community really is in a transitional period with their new team and a new strategy, but they need some help and a roadmap to be successful. And that's why they want to look at this 5-year community and economic development plan. Their proposed scope of work will include a needs assessment, creation of a citizen-driven advisory panel, and monthly meetings and social media updates. Their end product will produce a roadmap and strategy for recruiting or expanding businesses, attracting employees, diversifying their economy, attracting tourism dollars, satisfy retail and entertainment needs locally, and providing opportunities that keep youth from leaving the community. The community anticipates the final report will also provide a set of policies, procedures, and best practices to initiate an economic development agenda. The timeline they're anticipating is the community engagement occurring this summer, with the consultant creating the report over the winter months, with an anticipated final report completed by March 2023. Staff does recommend funding as requested, and happy to answer any questions. And I believe that there are community members from Rollins online as well.
Very good. Let's go ahead and invite those community members from Rollins to join the discussion and share with your project. Again, if you could please state your name and title or address, and if you're in opposition or against the proposed funding.
Hi, the City of Rollins is here. Can you hear us?
Hear you great. Thank you.
Wonderful. My name is Sean Metcalf. I'm the city manager, and I have with me Andrea Hammond, and she is our grants writer. And I'd like to turn the time over to Andrea just for a minute or two, and I'll follow up with about 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Chair people.
If you can speak up just a little bit, that would be great.
Certainly. What the grant is contemplating is a creation of a comprehensive economic development plan to lay our path for economic development over the next 5 years. We need to have an informed decision. We have great ideas, but we need an informed decision-making process, particularly driven by a diverse sector of the citizens of the town of Rollins. We want to make sure that we're inclusive of all voices. And as stated earlier, we also have amazing opportunities with the I-80 corridor, and millions of cars drive by every day. And what we need to do is figure out how to get them into town, how to get them to enjoy themselves in our town, and also how to spend money. We also have the advantage of having several wind farms being developed in this area, Sinclair, the maximum security prison, and of course, the railroad goes through our town as well. The end results would be a citizen-driven advisory council that again reflects the diversity of our citizens here. We oftentimes see the same leaders at the same table very often, and we'd like to see more voices included in what they think the priorities for the city should be. Our priorities align with the Wyoming Business Council in that we want to create and sustain jobs, build capacity, and develop community sustainability. This will be done through a needs assessment, monthly meetings, social media updates to keep the entire town informed of what's going on, and a roadmap of business types to target in the end for recruitment, how to recruit, how to support, and strengthen and expand current businesses. Success for us will be defined by a city offering a diversity of goods and services so people will want to shop local instead of going to the big cities to shop. And so young people will have reasons to stay in town because there's jobs and there's things to do. We would see an increase in tourism, an increase in shovel-ready properties for development, a decrease hopefully in blighted buildings as a goal at the end of the project, and an increase in our workforce and sales tax income.
And I'd like to just follow up in conjunction with Andrea. The city, as mentioned, we did pass the strategic plan, and it is a living, breathing document that we're following, and we are all in on economic development right now. As mentioned before, we hired a grants writer, we hired an economic development director. We're developing our partnerships with different agencies, and we're just all in on economic development right now. So I feel if the council were to choose us for this project, it would be incredibly beneficial to the city of Rollins and what we can become in the future. And having this plan is so critical for us to be able to stay focused in the areas that Andrea just mentioned. So I just want to thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you so very much for those comments. Is there anyone else out there?
Yes. Hello, this is Nate Davison. I'm the new Director of Economic Development with the City of Rollins. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Great. Hey, I want to thank the council for the consideration on this grant, and really wanted to share that as a city, we're so well positioned right now for a new updated economic development planning grant. With all of the steps that have already been mentioned, really the city leadership is relatively new, and we're moving in a great direction. So having this plan would help us start from this point and build on the momentum that's already there. So, but again, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for those comments. Anyone else? All right, any questions from the greater board? All right, Noelle, you want to go into the last one?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Our last project comes from the Sheridan Economic and Educational Development Authority, or CEDA. CETA is requesting $20,000 planning grant to evaluate 3 to 4 potential sites for a continuation of the high-tech park concept. The first phase of the Sheridan High-Tech Park has been one of the community's most successful economic development efforts. The 43.5-acre park currently contains 3 businesses that employ approximately 300 residents in light manufacturing and R&D occupations. These occupants of the tech park include Kennan, Weatherby, and Vacutech. CETA's history of implementing projects is well established. The initial Sheridan High-Tech Park emerged from a master plan process and feasibility study, and they have also completed past funding packages to develop projects. CETA anticipates that if the feasibility study shows development of phase 2 should occur, they will complete a similar funding package with multiple sources. Some of the potential funding sources that they've already identified include federal funds from the pandemic stuff that has happened, USDA grants and loans. CETA also owns some land, so there could be potential for a public auction as well as rent from one of their buildings. And then they would also look at potential BRC funding to implement the project. Their proposed scope of work will include identifying strategic parcels of land, evaluating each site in terms of developable land availability, potential opportunities or obstacles, environmental concerns, rough costs to develop the site to project-ready status, etc. Then they will select a preferred site. This will also include preparing a conceptual plan and engineering costs for initial development and identifying potential resources and funding opportunities. This project is very similar to what they did with phase 1. One unique aspect from phase 1 was they recently completed a housing study for Sheridan County. And so there could be potential for public-private partnerships with housing developments as part of this. Their needs assessments. The initial Sheridan High-Tech Park was identified in the North Main Master Plan process and further developed with a site-specific feasibility study. The proposed phase 2 feasibility assessment would give the community an opportunity to replicate the successes of the phase 1 tech park, as well as provide future project-ready sites for business recruitment or expansion opportunities. The planning needs for phase 2 were also identified in a CETA board strategic planning process in 2020. Staff does recommend funding as requested, and we are happy to answer any questions. And Robert Briggs with CETA is here today, and he can speak more to the project as well.
Great, welcome.
Sheridan. We had a 43.5-acre business park that is now almost completely full. We have one last truly developable lot in that park. And what we found is that this model of knowing what we want in terms of targeted industries, of going forward and carefully planning for project-ready sites has been a successful model for us. And now we're starting to feel some of the constraints for some of our business recruitment and not having project-ready property that is infrastructure ready to go. And so this project will help us to address that. And we're looking forward to moving to the next phase as far as we're concerned with that. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I know you've had a busy day and Mrs. Reed did a wonderful job in hitting the high notes.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah, can we get your title and name?
Apologize.
I know we know you, but for public record, if you don't mind helping us, that's great.
Subcommittee, my apologies. I should know this. Robert Briggs, I'm with the Northern Wyoming Community College District, and I'm here as the CETA administrator.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the greater board on the project at hand?
Okay, I don't have a question, but thank you for coming all this way. It's always good to see you.
Thank you so much. I will confess, I have a couple of boys at UW, and so this is a wonderful excuse to circle around and make sure that they have milk in the fridge, et cetera. So thank you.
Good for you. All right, well, Noelle, anything else to add to the slate of projects at this stage?
Nope, that's everything from us. Thank you.
All right, so normal protocol, we'll kind of go through each of these projects, do a vote and move that forward. With that being said, Amy? Yeah, so in regards to the very first project that we talked about, the city of Lander with the Table Mountain Living Community Infrastructure, that's the community readiness grant for $889,105. Is there a motion to move forward with that project?
So moved.
I'll move.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. How about open it up for discussion?
Okay, it's
Mr.
always.
Co-Chair,
Yes.
sorry, Mr. Co-Chair, did we clarify the timing?
No, and I think that's probably one of those things that should be discussed at this stage, because that is a major change from my perspective. And I guess I'll just push that out there to begin with, is I think when we went through the investment committee side of the equation, recognizing how important the leverage funds were to making this really go, we needed to make sure that that USDA project is in full approval. Obviously, recognizing the change in the request, if you will, and the reasons for that, I think, this board should heavily consider what that means for us if for any reason that funding doesn't come back online. Obviously, it sounds like they have plans to move that forward. There's obviously a lot of interest from the community, and I don't, I know from the investment side of the equation, we really ferreted out how much the community backed this project and how much support and need there really was for that project. So huge conversation in that regard. So I guess I will stop my comments there as the chair and open it up for everybody else to also discuss. Mark, I see you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just curious, is this something that, or the motion might need to be amended to attune the approval with USDA funding or like in kind funding? Is that what I heard earlier or not?
Yeah, as it stands right now, the motion is as it was presented, right? And that did not require the timing or the USDA to guarantee the project. But certainly if that is the wishes of the greater group, then I would say that motion needs to be amended.
Can I just get some clarification? So, Mr. Committee Chair Noel, can you clarify the staff recommendation on the contingency? Because I just want clarity on what the contingency is that you guys had put in the staff recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Moore. So the original recommendation was based on a letter of intent for full funding from either USDA or another financial institution. What we were hoping to change it to from letter of intent to acknowledgement from USDA that Lander pre-application has been approved for a full application.
And so I guess maybe I'll jump in here again. With the full application though, there is no guarantee for funding through that process, right? It's just saying that they passed the first hurdle to kind of make the cut to apply for the full funding of the project. Is that fair, Noel?
Correct, yes. And the way I understand it is because it's such a large amount of money, it has to jump through a couple extra hurdles, basically.
Right. So again, taking on maybe the role of trying to share the complications of that factor is ultimately what could happen is it could go through that process and we find that funding comes in partially or not full funding, or maybe not funded at all at that stage. But with the request as it stands today, the infrastructure to that would be guaranteed and ground broke without the project in its place. Now, to be fair to the city of Lander in that regards, they still believe that there's other capacities and other remedies to find final funding in that, but it's not identified at this stage because the most preferred way or the best way would be through the USDA and the application process and all the hard work that they've already done through that. Is that a fair summary from my perspective?
Yes, Mr. Committee Chair, I would say that's a fair summary. The way I understand it is that Lander is very committed to this healthcare facility at this location. And even if USDA funding falls through, they will try to find a way to get it done. As you said, though, USDA is their preferred funding source.
And obviously, I'm doing a real disservice when we have a representative here from Lander to speak for them. So I guess, is that different from your perspective at all? If I can ask you to come back up, and because I want to make sure we get this right as far as what our options are and where you're really at in that process. And I don't want to speak for you, so forgive me if I did.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regine Foss and City Lander. That is correct. 2 thumbs up on that. The Housing Authority, as I mentioned, already has a 40-year relationship with the USDA, and that's what they're familiar with. And so that is why they've chosen this as their preferred route. A lot of ARPA funding, a lot of Business Council funding, EDA funding has been looked at, but to date, they have not selected any of those routes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that was fairly represented. Chuck, I know you have a question.
Mr. Co-Chair, it was stated that the land was targeted by contract for medical use. Who is the actual owner of the property?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The city currently owns the property. So that was back in 1984 when the steel mines closed down. And again, at that time, Lander decided healthcare industry was the way to go for diversification. And so it was designated as healthcare lands back in 1984.
So if I might comment, Mr. Co-Chair, I think that the worst that could happen is if their funding didn't go through for this, we just created a infrastructure for the next project that they might come up with. A medical professional building, something like that, because if the city already owns the land, we're not worried about losing the land that's built on. And if it's going to be medical, it has to be medical due to existing targeting. I think that I feel comfortable with going with the pre-application, the approval of the pre-app statement.
Okay. Noel, can I ask another question? And maybe it's directed to you too. I know we talked about if for any reason that the project changed hands, that it would roll into a BRC revenue recapture contract, if you will. Is that language going to be in the first contract, or is that only contingent on the sale? And then I guess my question is, if it's not in the first contract, how do we tie hands to make sure that the buyer would be committed to providing that into a BRC situation?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. And I believe we would put that language into the grant agreement. We always attach the write-ups from the project to the grant agreement, so they act as an attachment, which includes all the contingencies. So it would be a part of the original grant agreement.
That's great. And that's probably just my misunderstanding in the way that was conveyed or written, and the fact that it would come after the fact. And I was just curious how we would hold somebody to that if our intent was for it to always be an RBC project. Any other questions or concerns? Eric.
Thank you. I'm just curious, have we learned whether or not BRC funding in cases like this would tend to influence the funding decision from other groups like the USDA?
Thank you, Mr. Ahrens. I believe it does. And in this instance, they are using the BRC grant application as part of their match for the USDA grant and loan. So the USDA grant and loan is kind of contingent on this approval. And then we're also having discussions of our money being based on their approval. And so it's a little bit of a chicken and egg scenario with these types of projects, especially when we do them with USDA and other funding mechanisms like that. So it's yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. DeVore.
So if I remember right, Saratoga, their medical facility, we had the exact same scenario. Our funding was contingent on USDA approval. USDA approval was contingent on our funding. And that wrapped it up just fine. If I remember right, that was enough comfort level for both entities to move forward. Is that right?
I believe, Ms. DeVore, Madam Chair, that one was, they did a letter of intent for that one because it didn't reach that high monetary value. So I think we did a letter of intent from USDA for that one. But I would have to go back and double check our notes and verify what we did for that.
Okay, so a letter of intent on USDA's part to fund. Okay, which is essentially very solid.
Yeah, I think the difference there, right, is it's the dollar threshold that we're in now, is that they can't provide that until they get that other approval authority to weigh in. And then it was a smaller dollar amount, so we could get that pre-approval, if you will.
Wasn't their project 14 million? I thought it was super
It wa-
big.
Yeah, I think you're right. I need to go back and
big.
let me
It
go
was
back and
big.
look at that Saratoga project and see what we did.
Because
That
it was a
doesn't really help us
full
right now, but-
medical facility. I seem to remember it being large. My concern, going back to what you were talking about, Chuck, is, so this isn't, the community has gone out to the private side and no one has stepped up to say they would like to do this. It's a very specific use property. You won't be able to just flip the use. It's not in the middle of a business park that infrastructure could be used elsewhere. That's my strongest concern, and it's not a small project. So other funding mechanisms besides USDA will be long and involved and tough. And USDA is fantastic at this type of project. So I have to be honest, I tend to lean on the side of, I would like a stronger contingency based on USDA approval or a letter of intent to fund, to stick with that purpose, because ultimately you're putting $1 million worth of infrastructure into the ground and then hoping that a really large amount of funding comes in from the federal level. And it's not easily repurposed. So, and there isn't current takers. That, all of those aspects make me lean more towards a strong contingency. And I realize the tough part about that is a year delay in your project. That's tough. I get that.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
I just want to you're talking about the takers. And interestingly enough, when we toured 4 developer operators in 2018 and 19, one of them was the one that was the health management services that did the Saratoga Hospital. And they said, we can't take on any more than we already are. So another one was a Douglas, and I'm sorry, I don't remember their name, but they had just started an assisted living memory care in Douglas. So they're like, we can't take it on. And then COVID hit. So all those factors together is eventually why the task force went to the city and said, could this be a city-owned long-term project?
Right.
So just interesting.
Yes, thank you.
That's great perspective. Okay, so unless anybody else has anything they would like to add to the discussion, we do have a motion and a second. And so we will roll that through. And just for clarification purposes, a yes vote says that we will accept the, go ahead, Erin.
Committee Chair, I can amend my motion.
Okay.
There we go. To make it contingent on the intent to fund from USDA. Or sorry, or other financial funding. Thank
All
you,
right,
'cause-
so for clarity then, from my side of the equation, we have a motion to move forward with the project with an amended second that clarifies that the funding is contingent upon USDA or other financial funding for approval of the project.
Yeah, except Kathy has something she wants to say.
Kathy, please.
I believe that we need,
project with the amended with the contingency of a USDA letter of intent or other funding source letter of intent.
And then I second that.
All right, so what we're really looking for from a clarity standpoint is we are wanting to make sure that we have confirmed funding, right, for the project, whether it's through USDA or any other financial entity through that process. Is that fair?
That's
Does
fair.
everybody have clarity as to the motion in the second there? Amy, I know you're scribbling notes. Are you okay there?
Yeah, I think we're okay. And I've got other virtual people scribbling as well. So I think we're okay.
Very good. With that as a motion in a second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Oh, you're opposed, Cindy?
I would have liked to see the project also.
It was a letter, sorry. Mr. Chair. This is a letter of intent to get it to the second level or to fund the whole project, because, okay, then I'd have to decline because I think we should have gone ahead and done the project.
All right, so we have a nay also registered through the vote. Noel?
Mr. Committee Chair, just a point of clarification. John looked up the Saratoga project and it was approved unanimously contingent upon award of loan funding from USDA. So you were correct.
So it's
So
approved.
thank you for that clarification. All right, so we have a motion. Second, it did carry, but we do have a nay vote through that process. Okay.
So, fine, are we voting on the amendment now, or? And there will be a full, or we, did we delete the amendment? Was it removed?
The
Now
vote
we just
modified
have
with the amendment.
A
Mr. Brown.
motion only. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. All right, moving on to the project in Newcastle. This is for the Heritage Park Feasibility Study Planning Grant. This was a request for $18,750. Is there a motion to accept the planning grant?
I'd like to move to accept the planning application for the planning grant.
Great, there is a motion for Mr. Kenyon.
Second.
It sounds like we have a tie, so I'm going to give that one to Mr. Brown. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 I'm sorry, I need discussion. Forgive me.
We're
Running ahead. I'm so excited because I might actually get through this on time for the first time since I've been in charge of investments. And so, yeah, forgive me. Discussion on the project in Newcastle.
Yes.
Call for any questions?
Question.
I guess.
Aaron?
Sorry,
You're
not
fine.
trying to throw you
No,
off
you're
topic.
I do think this one probably merits a little bit of conversation in terms of, I don't know, philosophy or whatever from our side, because I guess I struggle a little bit with this one in that it's focused on the park, and I guess I'm struggling with the economic tie and how strong that is. And so I don't know if anybody else has a stronger comfort level around this particular project or thoughts on that.
Anybody else want to
So
weigh in at this
would you
stage?
explain what you mean by economic tie, what your concern is?
Yeah, I guess the park itself from, and Noel, correct me if I'm wrong here, but a lot of it is, it's around beautification and a central hub in the Veterans Memorial and those aspects of it, right? And so it's really kind of that internal struggle with the true economic impact of this aspect on for the community.
Thank you, Ms. Moore, and I can address that a little bit. I think it kind of goes to the placemaking aspect of a community and how you can get people to want to be in your community and to stay in your community. They mentioned a lot of how the location of the proposed park is near their downtown. And so they see a lot of traffic along their highways 16 and 18. I think they were seeing about 8,000 people per day or something like that was the records. And so they see this as being a place that catches a traveler's eye, brings them into the community instead of just driving through their community, brings those people into their downtown, and then that placemaking aspect. But you are correct. It is a community events center. Gathering location is a lot of what they're looking at doing. And then I would say the economic tie is just trying to make people stop in their community instead of driving through their community.
Ms. DeVore?
So if I'm thinking the challenge that you have in your mind, because I have a similar one, is not necessarily for the economic impact of the park itself. It is what the grant is for. The grant is to do a plan. Normally, a plan is an economic development plan, and it's on a greater span. I don't know what the word for that is, than just a single component. Normally we see strategic economic development plans. We see full, we've actually in this meeting seen them all. I think. So is that a better capture of where that challenge lies, that it's not necessarily an economic development plan for a park?
No, that would be a better categorization.
I understand, Josh, you want to weigh in? Sounds like you have your hand up virtually.
Yeah, thank you, committee co-chair, and thanks for this discussion. I think it's an important discussion. I actually like all these discussions that we have around these because I think it helps clarify. And in my mind, I'm struggling with a very similar thing that I think Ms. Moore and Ms. DeVore are, and co-chair DeVore are struggling with, in that this seems, I get that we would need to do planning, but the solution is right in front of us. And so we're planning with the solution in mind, which is a little bit of a struggle for me, because it's sort of like, well, what are we really planning? It seems like there's a lot of effort already toward this. There's money toward it. There's a lot that's going toward this. What is the planning really required, and does it elevate to the level that an economic development plan that we might do, would capture and give back to the community? Would this elevate to that level where it would be meaningful to economic development in the community, not just to plan out a park? And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I just mean that it's very, very focused on something that is right in front of them. The other side of this says, well, we did a similar thing for Shoshone's Hotel. And in that case, I guess I look at it and I say, okay, well, that had some elements that you really have to think through, and you really do have to plan around. And I think luckily we have someone on our board who understands the hotel market a lot and understands the importance of those. And so he was able to provide some advice there, and why it's important to do a plan around that. But I guess part of it for me is, are we really necessary in this? And is this something that, although it's $18,000, are we really necessary for this particular project? Or should we ask the community to do something bigger, to do an economic development strategy, to look at this on a more holistic way? And I guess that's the big question that I'm wondering and I'm thinking about as we discuss this. I'm okay with being wrong, for sure. But that's really where I was struggling on this one a little bit.
And Brandy, I know you're out there also virtually and want to weigh in here a little bit. I guess from my perspective, I just to add to the discussion, I heard a little different slant. I heard the fact, as the Newcastle representative was providing forward, that we have these plans in play, but the study money actually helps me or helps us understand if we can develop it further from that aspect. And so, is there something else that we can do beyond some of the things that are already thought of and make sure that we explore that kind of on a 360 perspective versus just kind of locking in and saying, hey, we already know we want to do these things, but is there something else that could be added to the table? That's what I heard in his testimony, whether that's fair or unfair, which I think as we kind of work through that on the investment side, was kind of where we landed to say, hey, there's still value in having this study, because if they can capitalize beyond what's in front of them, then maybe there's value in that. So I guess I'll add that from a perspective standpoint that I heard through, I guess, our work on the investment side, and then kind of reiterated and maybe said differently today, but certainly I heard that out of his commentary as far as what he was hoping to do with this grant as we come forward. And Brandy, I'll turn it over to you at this stage and let you weigh in with your comments.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair. I believe Noel addressed most of your concerns that I was going to talk about. However, John, you are right on track. They have identified the site, but they really need that feasibility study piece to see if that makes sense for that site. They know that it's an economic opportunity in Newcastle. They've brought together a committee that's looking at that economic opportunity, but they need to know if it really makes sense to put all of this together, if that's the right site, first of all, and then really have that project concept of what makes sense there. The other thing is Mayor Pam had asked me to speak on her behalf yesterday, since Governor Gordon is in Newcastle today. Pam is actually a local business owner in Newcastle. She owns 2 restaurant businesses, and I've heard her several times talk about anytime you have an event in town, she sees increased business. And so if they can create that meeting space and that event space, that helps the economy overall. And then keep in mind, I know you all know where Newcastle is, but it's right on that junction where folks come from the Black Hills and then head over to the Bighorns.
Thank you. Any other discussion, Ms. DeVore?
In the scope of work that's proposed, and I have it on my screen, I have it here, and it took me a while to find it. If what you brought up and what they said in their public testimony today on the potential economic possibilities that they aren't seeing, I don't see that in the scope of work. If that were added to the scope of work, that would be awesome. That would be great. I mean, to go as broad with that scope as possible would really help.
Thank you. Again, I think that's really important because obviously this is the presentation piece of that, but trying to add to the committee conversations and some of those kinds of things. I think we pose that very same question, which is, hey, if they already have it in play, you know, why do we need the additional grant planning? And I think that kind of got flushed out through that committee work to that end, which is why I think we recommended coming out of committee that there was viability in this process. But I think the point is really well taken and served, because I think we'll continue to struggle with this kind of planning opportunity as it comes to something that's kind of, I want to say, half-baked, but not completed. And I think that's something that we can work really hard on at the investments level to flush those things out and understand that as we come forward. Any other discussions to the Newcastle project? We do have a motion and a second established. With that, all in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carried. City of Rollins, this is for the economic development plan. which is the planning grant for $50,000. Again, for notice, we do have Pam Thayer has recused herself from the vote on this with her connections to the city of Rollins. Is there a motion to accept the planning grant?
So moved.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Eric. Call for discussion.
I have a bit of discussion about this.
Just Kathy.
I think Rollins has so much potential, and I went to the site visit virtually for this, and I thought it was a great project, but with the past discussion of the past project, now I'm thinking, okay, so the economic development person just got hired there. Do they really need the business council to help their strategic plan? And again, from the past discussion, I just have questions about that. So Noel?
Thank you, Ms. Tomasi. And I can have the community speak further to this, but I believe their strategic plan was just kind of a short 1 or 2 pager that was like, these are our top 5 priorities, and economic and community development was established as one of their priorities. So then they hired an economic development director, as I think Sean had stated, they're all in on economic development, but they just don't really know where to go. They have a lot of passion, but they need that roadmap. And so I think that this strategic plan or this economic development plan will help them get there. Their last economic development plan is like 10 years old. They did it in 2012. And so they really are ripe for this type of a thing. They have new people. If they get this plan, they'll have a new plan, and they'll be able to just kind of like hit the ground running, is how I see it. So from my perspective, I actually think this is a great project for Rollins and the perfect place for them to start to kick off what projects they need to do, what strategies they need to implement.
Thank you.
Ms. DeVore?
And I think it's important to note that their strategic plan was not an economic development strategic plan. It was just a strategic plan for the community. It could involve the police station, could have involved all kinds of different things. So this is their dive into committing to that priority, is how I view it.
Thank you. Aaron, did you have something, or not to put you on the spot, but I could see you forming a question there.
No, I think this is good and especially important conversation. I think in light of, a comment Kim had made earlier, but also in light of Josh's triangle, that this is one area definitely in which we can help to fund, to build that expertise, to help strengthen that expertise at the local level. And so, I think looking at it from that aspect, I think can have a big impact.
It's a great point for the discussion. Heather.
I sat down and stood up 4 times, so I'm going to come forward. Yeah, here I am. I just wanted to maybe address Ms. Tomasi's question, and just, I think for the whole board, and what Ms. Moore just said is true. In Rollins and Carbon County, there's actually several different entities working on economic development in various stages and different sort of lanes. This is also an opportunity, I think, for them to sort of put some stakes in and say, this is how we're going to start working together in a community, which is actually something, it's in the write-up, but I don't think it came out as well. That's really important for them, because they are, while the city has an economic development kind of directive now, they need a guiding document to sort of get everybody focused on that capacity building at that base level, right? And to say, here's what we're all working towards. So for them, it's really important, and it's actually great timing with Nate coming on just recently, because he has a job description, but this will help kind of build out his, what am I going to do for the next 5 years? So it's a great opportunity too, to sort of set that up in a way that makes it so that there's community input, there's stakeholder and partner input, and that the city doesn't seem like they're just going down a path that they're hoping is right. And I think that this is actually, I'd like to think, a planning effort that we could all sort of use as an example for others.
Thank you. And again, I visited it with the site visit and I thought it was a great project. So, yeah.
Hello, may I?
Yeah, Mr. Davison, are you wanting to make some comment?
Just wanted to really second everything that has been said in relation to the question of the need at this time. Really, I see this as a perfect opportunity to combine together a lot of excellent forces behind the momentum in Rollins to take the city in a much more positive direction when it comes to economic development. So that which already has been said to answer that question of, is it needed at this time? Absolutely. I kind of view myself as helping to guide the city. So I might be the guide or the Sherpa, if you will, but we still need the roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second on the table. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please designate same sign. Motion carried, and we'll just for record say that Pam did recuse herself from the vote. I got an outside shot here to be on time. I see everybody checking their watch. So Sheridan Economic Development Authority, the phase 2 of the high tech park planning grant for $20,000. Is there a motion to approve that fund?
I'll motion.
There is a motion by Ms. DeVore.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Kenyon. Discussion? Looks like we ran out of steam on planning grant discussion.
I'm just gonna say, we've never spent this much time on planning grants. But good discussion.
It has been great discussion. With no discussion, all in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried. And with that, I believe we were done on time for the first time since I've been chair of this thing. So it's a drop the mic moment for me. I think I'm walking out of the room.
We will note that in the minutes, Mr. Committee Chair.
Don't do a mic drop because Ben will not appreciate that at all. That was great discussion. Thank you guys very much. I think once again, it demonstrates that we put deep thought into everything what we do. And I loved all the conversation. Thank you to the communities for being here to chat with us about it. And thank you for your understanding and your patience when we spend a lot of time discussing. So other board members or other board matters. And then I got on to new board members because Mr. Easley is terming out and wasn't even here to see us off today, but he did send his regards for everyone on the board. He enjoyed his time, and I think he is thoroughly enjoying his new time in life. So his transitional period, yes, I'm pretty sure in his mind he has transitioned, but he is doing quite well. In fact, he's going to have a book come out soon. So we'll send a link to everybody. He has very, very in-depth, strong leadership skills and has written a leadership book. So we'll share that with everyone. We will have a new board member who will come on. We actually changed the timing of this meeting this year so that we didn't make that person join the board with their hair on fire, which is kind of what we all did in our time. And here, congratulations, you've been confirmed and you need to be in X city in 2 days for your orientation. So this time we actually have a nice planned out timing on this. There will be that person's and it's open to anyone, annual staff board policy refresher and orientation Wednesday, March 23rd, and it'll be virtual. So you're all welcome to join if you would like. And of course, as soon as we know who our new board member is, we'll send that out to everyone. Next meeting of SLIB is Thursday, April 7th. And standing committees, it looks like all intent is to meet during the week of April 11th, but I'm going to let Erin chat a little bit about standing committees as she will be the incoming chair.
Great. So we'll get committees together. I'm going to be reaching out to everybody in this next week to kind of see where interests lie and which committee you guys would like to sit on. So be thinking about that. And then we'll send out an email letting everybody know probably after next week. So give me 2 weeks to which committees everybody will be assigned to. And then that way you can plan for the next series of committee meetings.
And with that, our next meeting right now is scheduled. It will be via Zoom on Wednesday, May 11th. And I'm sure we will all chat between now and then. But in the meantime, travel safe back to where you're going. And staff, thank you so much for all the work that you do and you continue to do on the state's behalf on a regular basis. And all of you that tuned in by Zoom, I never heard snoring, so that's fantastic. Thank you for your time. And, oh,
I
yes,
have one more
Kathy.
thing to say.
Yes.
Well, Kim, you're not getting out of here without all of us saying thank you for a wonderful year, and we appreciate everything you've done. It's been awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Still stuck with us for 2 more years.
I know. You guys all have to listen to me talk still for 2 more years, just not as much. So with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Erin moved.
Second.
Cindy seconds. That's always a popular second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Oh, here we go. Last time.